Love you, madam.
Good morning, Andy, dear Garu.
Good morning, sir.
And welcome to you.
Good morning, Uma madam.
So, Reddy Garu, next station, our target is Anantrajpet.
We will go for citrus, sir.
Citrus. Okay. Tirupati.
Tirupati.
Okay.
It's zonal headquarters, no, sir.
We'll go
for Abajipet.
Salome, Chodandamma, mana guest speakers who are there on the platform, they have entered or not, or facilitate them at the earliest?
Madam. We are on it, madam. We are on it.
I came to know they are trying but could not be connected.
Madam Ramesh Reddy is joining, ma'am. Is joining.
Okay. Jyoti, Dr. Jyoti, Dr. Veerabhadran garu.
So now they can join, madam. In the 100 limit undi students undabatti వాళ్ళకి waiting room lo.
They have been trying. They will be
now they can join, madam.
Jamuna, and that is Dr. Jamuna garu, VC of Padmavati Mahila University, told me she will be joining at 11:30.
COVID situation, Dr. Padmavati Garu.
Sir,
How is the COVID situation in your place?
Hyderabad, sir, it's still situation by the change less, sir, actually.
Okay.
But situation change లేదు కానీ కోవిడ్ సిచ్యుయేషన్ లో మనుషులు మాత్రం హ్యాపీగా తిరిగేస్తున్నారు సార్. అది
Jayaprada Garu, from where?
Unmute Jayaprada.
Unmute chain, madam. Unmute chain. She is plant breeder, sir. From College of Horticulture, Anantrajpet.
Sir, good morning, sir.
Morning. From where?
Anantrajpet, sir. College of Horticulture, Anantrajpet.
Yeah.
Breeding department, sir.
Yeah, breeding. Okay, breeder. So you are happy there?
Yes, sir. Sir, recently, because of that bifurcation of state problem, we were there for 3 years, sir, at Hyderabad.
Okay.
Before 2 years, we got here, sir, transferred.
Okay.
And joined in College of Horticulture, Anantrajpet.
Which subject you are teaching?
Sir, yearly the subjects are changing, sir. All the courses regarding genetics and plant breeding, sir.
But you are doing any research?
No, sir.
You are interested in research or teaching?
Yes.
Research or teaching?
Research, sir.
Because we need, breeders. Our breeding programs, we need to strengthen.
Sir.
How are you? Dr. Sri Kumar garu.
Madam, unmute.
Thank you, sir.
I'm fine, sir.
Teaching akada?
Teaching game late, sir. I have only 2 staff members. Presently, we are going for online classes.
Okay.
Exams conduct చేస్తున్నాను sir. Next semester start అయితే మళ్ళీ classes start అవుతాయి. ఇప్పుడు classes are over and exams conduct చేస్తున్నాం finally. I have only 2 regular teachers, sir. The others are TAs and contractual teachers.
Contractual. Let us hope we need to that recruitment. Then I will thank them. Please, Irshad Ali Mughal.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Sir, I'm from Badwell, sir. Horticulture Polytechnic, sir.
Polytechnic. Okay.
Horticulture Polytechnic from Badwell, sir.
Okay.
వీడియో పెట్టండి అమ్మా.
మేడం అది వచ్చి మేము ఇంటి దగ్గర ఉన్నాం మేడం.
ఎక్కడున్నా పర్లేదు. యు ఆర్ దేర్ ఇన్ ద మీటింగ్ నా. యు ఆర్ వెల్కమ్ అండ్ గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ ఫ్రమ్ బద్వేల్ కాలేజ్.
Thank you, madam. Yes, madam.
యు ఆర్ ప్రిన్సిపల్ ఆర్ ఎన్ఎస్ఎస్ ప్రోగ్రామ్ ఆఫీసర్?
Madam, principal sir M. Pawan Kumar sir.
Dr. Aruna Kumar.
Welcome to Jamuna, madam.
మేడం వచ్చారా?
వచ్చారు.
వచ్చారా మేడం? సుజాత గారు
వచ్చారు సార్.
ఓకే. నమస్కారం మేడం, వెల్కమ్.
Yeah, very good morning. Namaste.
Madam, welcome and good morning, madam.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Nice for accepting our invitation, madam.
It is my pleasure rather.
So
Addressing this sort of gathering is, different pleasure, not just regular stream of faculty or somebody else.
yeah,
This is something which we need at this hour of crisis.
thank you.
So nice of you for having me on your university program. Thank you.
Thank you
so much, madam. Yeah, I think you can go ahead with your program. We will start our whatever you suggest. I'm sorry.
So we can start.
We will. Yes,
Yeah.
sir. Yes, sir. We will.
Yeah.
What about other guest speakers, amma?
Joining, madam. Ramesh Reddy sir is here, madam. Yeah, I
Sir,
can
welcome,
join.
sir.
Yeah.
Reddy is here. Ramesh Reddy garu.
Sir, Ramesh Reddy garu, State NSS officer garu, sir, ayana
Yeah.
from Velgapudi.
He is,
Sir, good morning, sir.
Madam,
He is not visible, I think.
Madam, sir is having some problem with network.
Okay, నేను చెప్తా కానీ వాళ్ళు పెట్టారు. అమ్మా మేడం డాక్టర్ జ్యోతిని అలౌ చేయండి మీటింగ్ లో.
Yes, madam.
ఓకే మ్యామ్.
చూడండి, అది మీరు ఆల్ వెల్కమ్ దీనిలో పెట్టేయండి, రిస్ట్రిక్ట్ చేయకుండా గెస్ట్లు వచ్చేంత వరకు.
ఏమేమి చెయ్యారు జ్యోతి?
Host has to let her, it seems.
చూడలేదు. పోస్ట్ కు మనమే చేస్తాం.
Dr. Dilip Babu garu వచ్చారా? దిలీప్ బాబు గారు. స్వామి
ఇంకా షేర్ చేయలేదు.
మళ్ళీ తీసుకొస్తానే.
జ్యోతి గారు వచ్చారా?
మేడం
ఆమెకి కనెక్ట్ అవ్వట్లేదంట.
మీరు ఏమింత లాగిన్ అవుతున్నారు? మీ నేమ్ అండి. అదే మేడం. ఓకే, లాగిన్ అయ్యే నేమ్ మేడం.
అమ్మా ఒకళ్ళు వీరభద్రం గారిని కూడా కాంటాక్ట్ చేయరా? నేను చేస్తా ఉంటే కనెక్ట్ అవ్వట్లా.
ఓకే మేడం.
జ్యోతి అయితే రాలేదు మేడం.
అదే ఆమెకి మీటింగ్ హోస్ట్ నాట్ అలౌడ్ అని వస్తా ఉందంట, చూడండి.
మేడం, రమేష్ రెడ్డి సార్ హస్ జాయిన్ మ్యామ్.
రమేష్ రెడ్డి గారు వచ్చారా?
సార్ మరి రెస్పాండ్ అవ్వట్లేదు.
డాక్టర్ రమేష్ రెడ్డి గారు.
అలాగా మేడం, చూస్తాం మేడం. మీరు ల్యాప్టాప్ నుంచి జాయిన్ అయిపోతుంది. థ్యాంక్ యూ. మేడం, స్టార్ట్ చేయమంటారండి?
గెస్ట్లు అంటే కనీసం ఇద్దరు ముగ్గురు వచ్చారమ్మా.
వచ్చారు మేడం.
ఓకే, అంటే నేను
యూట్యూబ్ లైవ్ స్ట్రీమింగ్ పెట్టేసాం మేడం. స్టూడెంట్స్ అందరూ మోస్ట్లీ అందులో జాయిన్ అయ్యారు.
10 minutes. Sir, we are waiting for you. Okay, since 15 minutes I am come. Okay. అమ్మా ఆయనకి 10 minutes పడుతుందంట డాక్టర్ వీరభద్రం గారికి. సార్ జ్యోతి గారు జాయిన్ అయిపోతే మనకి రమేష్ రెడ్డి గారు ఉంటే we can.
Okay.
విసి గారు వచ్చారు.
రమేష్ రెడ్డి సార్ ఉన్నారు మేడం.
ఓకే, we can start I think sir.
Okay. Yeah.
Shall I start, sir?
Okay.
Respected dignitaries, chief guest of today's webinar, guests of honor, university officers, associate deans from all the colleges, principals from the polytechnic colleges, NSS program officers, other faculty members, and dear students. A very good morning to one and all, and warm welcome to the inaugural session of this webinar. It gives me an immense pleasure for the inaugural session of this webinar on combating the COVID-19 pandemic reflection by the student community. Organized by NSSL, College of Horticulture, Dr. YSR Horticultural University, Venkatramanagudam, hearty welcome. It is my privilege and pleasure to extend heartfelt welcome to the chief guest of today's webinar, Dr. T. Janakiram sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. YSR Horticultural University, Ramanagudam. Sir is an eminent expert in floricultural research and released several varieties in flower crops. Also served as ICR Assistant Director General. To his credit, Sir received several prestigious awards like PLE Horticulture of India Gold Medal, Lotus Puraskar, PH Jain Award, and AKGA Gold Medal for his valuable contributions. Sir, your continuous encouragement has been the driving force in conducting this webinar for the first time in students' perspective. I deem it as a pleasure to welcome Dr. M. Lakshminarayan Reddy Garu, Dean of Horticulture and Dean PG Studies, Dr. YSR Horticultural University, as a guest of honor, who is the mainstream of inspiration for all the activities of our college with a continuous and constant support. I am delighted to welcome Dr. A. Sujata Ma'am, Dean of Student Affairs and NSS Program Coordinator, Dr. YSR Horticultural University, who constantly guided, motivated, and encouraged us to conduct this webinar. This is wing of our college. It has been an honor to me to welcome our beloved university officers, Dr. K. Gopal, Registrar, Dr. A. Padmavatamma, Controller of Examinations, RVSK Reddy, Director of Research, Dr. B. Srinivasulu, Director of Extension, Dr. J. Dilip Babu, Director of Industrial and International Program, and Dr. D.V. Swami, Librarian, and Srimati Srikala, Controller, Dr. YSR Horticultural University, as guests of honor. Indeed, I deem it a great privilege to welcome eminent speakers of today's webinar, Dr. D. Jumna Ma'am, Vice Chancellor, Padmavati Mahila Vishwavidyalayam, Tirupati, Andhra Pradesh, an eminent professor of psychology, an excellent researcher on aging, and recipient of several prestigious, including Commonwealth Award, UK. It is my pleasure to welcome Dr. A. Jyoti Ma'am, Professor and Dean, Sri Padmavati Mahila Vishwavidyalayam, Tirupati, an eminent academic expert on diet therapy, diet counseling, and dietetics with a vast experience on dietary management during diseased conditions. I would like to welcome Dr. Y. Veerabhadram, Civil Assistant Surgeon, Specialist, Medical and Health Department, Government of Telangana, who has a vast experience and expertise in the medical field. I extend hearty welcome to Dr. K. Ramesh Reddy Garu, State NSS Officer, AP Secretariat, Department of Higher Education, Belagapudi, Andhra Pradesh. He is the recipient of Best NSS Program Officer and Best NSS Program Coordinator. I would like to place on record my warm welcome to all the associate deans, faculty members from different colleges and the participating students. As we all know that the world today is facing the COVID-19 challenge. Thousands of people are falling seriously ill. This is spreading exponentially in many places. Societies are in turmoil and economies are in nosedive. We must respond decisively, innovatively, together to suppress the spread of virus and address the socio-economic, physical, physiological health devastation of COVID-19. I believe that by participating in this webinar, we are in the right place at the right time to accelerate the exchange of ideas, scaling up of good health practices to fight against COVID-19. I once again welcome and wish you all a very successful and fruitful discussions in this webinar. Next, the NSS theme song follows.
వాల్యూమ్ చూడండి అమ్మా. సాంగ్ స్టార్ట్ అయిందా? సుజాత,
హలో,
సాంగ్
1 second madam, I will play it.
హృదయ పదంలో పయనించే రథం ఇది, మనోరథం ఇది. జాతీయ సేవ పథకమిది, జాతి సేవ పథకమిది. ప్రజా హృదయ పదంలో పయనించే రథం ఇది, మనోరథం ఇది. జాతీయ సేవ పథకమిది, జాతి సేవ పథకమిది. ప్రజా హృదయ పదంలో పయనించే రథం ఇది, మనోరథం ఇది. బడిలు పిల్లలను బడిలోన చేర్పించి, బడిలోన చేర్పించి, బడి మానిన పిల్లలను మళ్ళీ బడికి రప్పించే, మళ్ళీ బడికి రప్పించే. కాగితాలం వల్ల భవిష్యత్తును తీర్చిదిద్దే సామాజిక సేవకులం, ఎన్ఎస్ఎస్ సైనికులం, ఎన్ఎస్ఎస్ సైనికులం. జాతీయ సేవ పథకమిది, జాతి సేవ పథకమిది. ప్రజా హృదయ పదంలో పయనించే రథం ఇది, మనోరథం ఇది. గుడి ముందు బడి ముందు మొక్కలను నాటాలి, మొక్కలను నాటాలి. రహదారులకు ఇరువైపుల వృక్షాలను పెంచాలి, వృక్షాలను పెంచాలి. ప్రకృతి పరిరక్షణకు ప్రతి ఒక్కరు కదిలితే ప్రతి ఇంట ఆనందం, ప్రతి పల్లె సౌభాగ్యం, ప్రతి పల్లె సౌభాగ్యం. జాతీయ సేవ పథకమిది జాతి సేవ పథకమిది ప్రజా హృదయ పదంలో పయనించే రథం ఇది మనోరథం ఇది ఆరోగ్య అవగాహన పరిశుభ్రత నేర్పించి మూఢ నమ్మకాల నుంచి సమాజాన్ని రక్షించే అసహాయంగా ఉన్న అనాథలను వృద్ధులను కాపాడే కార్మికులం దేశానికి సేవకులం జాతీయ సేవ పథకమిది జాతి సేవ పథకమిది ప్రజా హృదయ పదంలో పయనించే రథం ఇది మనోరథం ఇది ఆపదలో ఉన్న వారిని ఆదుకునే సారథులం కంటి రక్తదానాలలో కర్ణుడు కన్నప్పలం ఏకలవ్య వీరత్వం మదర్ తెరిసా మానవత కలగలసిన కారుణ్యం కల్మషమెరుగని వాళ్ళం జాతీయ సేవ పథకమిది జాతి సేవ పథకమిది ప్రజా హృదయ పదంలో పయనించే రథం ఇది మనోరథం ఇది వ్యక్తిత్వ వికాసాన్ని వ్యవస్థలో నేర్చుకుంటూ మా కోసం కాదంటూ నీ కోసమేమంటూ ఎందరికో సేవ చేసే ఎన్ఎస్ఎస్ వారసులం సామాజిక సైనికులం భరతమాత బిడ్డలం జాతీయ సేవ పథకమిది జాతి సేవ పథకమిది ప్రజా హృదయ పదంలో పయనించే రథం ఇది మనోరథం ఇది జాతీయ సేవ పథకమిది జాతి సేవ పథకమిది ప్రజా హృదయ పదంలో పయనించే రథం ఇది మనోరథం ఇది జాతీయ.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now I request Dr. A. Sujata ma'am, Dean of Student Affairs and NSS Program Coordinator, Dr. YSR Horticultural University, to give presidential address, and also request ma'am to preside over the function.
So thank you, Associate Dean of College of Horticulture, so for welcoming all the guests and today's participants. So really it's my privilege and honor to me to give as a presidential address to this meeting. Once again, a very warm and happy good morning to our Honorable Vice Chancellor Garu, Dr. T. Janaki Ram Garu, and Honorable Vice Chancellor of Padmavati Mahila University, Madam Jamuna Garu, and all our honorable guest speakers, Dr. Jyoti Madam, Dr. Veerabhadran Garu, and Dr. Ramesh Reddy Garu, State NSS Officer, and our university officers, our Dean of Horticulture, Dr. MLN Reddy Garu, Director of Research, Dr. RVSK Reddy Garu, Dr. Dilip Babu Garu, Director of Industrial and International Programs, and Dr. Padmavatamma, Controller of Examinations, and our University Librarian, Dr. D.V. Swami Garu, Registrar Dr. K. Gopal Garu, and all other university officers and associate deans of all the colleges, Anantarajpeta, Parvatipuram, Chinnalatirappi, and other diploma colleges principals, and our affiliated colleges principals, along with their respective program officers, and especially today's organizers, the program officers of NSS Cell College of Horticulture, Venkataramanagudem, Dr. Salomi and Dr. R.V. Sujata and Dr. Harshavardhan. And the most important vital group of our webinar, our dear students from different places of Andhra Pradesh. So a warm welcome and hearty welcome to this webinar to all the today's August body. But this regarding this NSS wing, in a broad spectrum, we know that students are of nation builders, and they are our strength in virtue of their intellectual and inbuilt skills, talents, and with their young minds, energy, and knowledge. More especially with NSS volunteers, they are elite citizens of India and any institution. So with their disciplined and dedicated social upliftment activities, and for their key role and vital role in socio-economic upliftment of rural areas and their needful services in our country as well as in our respective institutes and in their adopted villages. Such a potential cream of our nation or our institute, now they were held up under lockdown in their habitat because of this COVID-19 pandemic. In spite of that, they are doing their level best through electronic media in so many means, with e-brochures or regarding the preventive measures of this COVID-19, or small e-videos, or participating webinars for their inspirational and moral build-up in many other ways, and giving awareness about sanitizers and other socially important activities to prevent or to face this challenge of pandemic COVID-19. With this background of idea, really our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Janaki Ram Garu, proposed and inspired us to conduct a webinar connecting all the students of our university, more so with the NSS wing. So to boost their morals and inspire them and become strengthy physically, mentally, to face this locking period in their homes, and also to play their role through digital media as NSS volunteers. So, sir, really we are very much thankful to you, sir, for giving this idea and supporting us and facilitating us and encouraging us to conduct this webinar, this on digital media. And I can also mention the students who did exemplary services. So we have seen just now on the slide projector in an array of social activities, even in disaster management also. They played a very vital role during Hudhud cyclone in 2014, in which destroyed the entire Visakhapatnam. By staying there 15 days along with faculty and all other people's representatives, they did yeoman services in clearing the fallen trees and all these rejuvenation programs like pruning and trimming and all this rejuvenation of parks, all other social places. And not only this physical services, another proof of our students' pride is they got 5 gold medals for their intellectual and literary skills on the eve of Godavari Pushkaram's literary competitions in the state. So in such a way, they are very important to the society and to our institute, more so to our university, through their inbuilt skills, talents, knowledge, whatever it may be, rather than our infrastructural physical buildings. They are more important and the flag of our nation there. So, in due respect and honor to our students who are energy boxes of our university and potential of our future torch bearers of our university, we thought of to have this seminar, and we have invited our esteemed madam, Jamuna madam, who is very excellent in counseling the students psychologically, and also our Dr. Veerabhadran Garu, who is more expert in medication as well as psychological aspects of youth, and also Dr. Jyoti madam, who is the Dean of Home Sciences in the Padmavati Mahila University, to share her dietary expertise with our students and also with our faculty. So we know that health means it is physical health and mental health. So to be a person strengthy. So in that aspects, with this strengthy and healthy physical body, we need some inspiration regarding social activity and society also. So in this aspect, we really very much thankful to Dr. Ramesh Reddy Garu, who is our state liaison officer Garu. So he is also with us who readily accepted to give this role of NSS volunteers in the socio-economic build-up or improvement of the society or social activities in the nation or in the rural areas, in the villages and in the institutes. So all have come together to be with us, to inspire our students, to boost their morals, and to cope up especially with this COVID-19 challenges physically and mentally. So this is really very nice organization done by our program officers of College of Horticulture, Venkataramanagudem. I know the efforts they have put since 2 weeks and the pains they have taken very nicely in a disciplined way. They have planned with the help of our Honorable Vice Chancellor guidance. So I am also congratulating all the NSS program officers and requesting all other colleges program officers in addition to associate deans to plan such a webinars in a different sections to be linked with our students. With this, while I am thanking for the opportunity given to me on this dais, I am closing my remarks, and then I wholeheartedly welcome our Dean of Horticulture, Dr. Lakshmi Narayan Reddy Garu, to greet our students.
Respected dignitaries, our chief guest of today's function, webinar function, Dr. T. Janaki Ram Garu, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. YSRHU, and Professor D. Jamuna Garu, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sri Padmavati Mahila Vishwavidyalayam, and Dr. A. Sujata, DSA and NSS Program Coordinator, and all the university officers, and all the associate deans, all the faculty members, NSS officers, and then principals of horticulture polytechnic colleges and their staff, all the NSS volunteers and students. It is my pleasure to extend warm greetings to all of you. And also it is my extend warm greetings to all the eminent speakers of today's webinar, Professor Jyoti Garu, Dr. Y. Veerabhadram, and Dr. Ramesh Reddy, State NSS Officer. And I also welcome to all the students who are the participant in this program on the occasion of this webinar. Before this, closing the greetings, just I want to give some suggestions along with the greetings to our NSS volunteers, our student community, and our faculty members of colleges of Dr. YSRH. So this university, students, staff, teaching staff, non-teaching staff, office staff, timescale workers, mess workers, all the attendants, field staff are part of the university. And besides, our stakeholders are students and farmers and entrepreneurs. So especially the students, our university objective is to develop the human resource. We are giving training to them and they will be a part of the human resource development. So a student is also a part of nation. Their family is also a part of nation. Now they are staying at home. Now by doing service to themselves, that means stay home and safe home. So stay home and stay safe. So by staying at home and serving their elders, especially grandparents, and caring of youngsters, children are then, and also domestic help to their parents. That is a good NSS service. So service to the family, service to the nation, and staying home. And they can also do the kitchen gardening, leafy, especially at least leafy vegetables they can produce. And they can do some ornamental gardening also at home. And they have the physical, they can do some physical exercises, yoga, gym they can practice. And so this rather than walking also they can do. So there's exercise they can make. And distract from the negative emotions, especially regarding COVID, as many people may be fearing and all spreading false. So, and they can also be positive and also at home, they can eat a good food and especially home food, hot food and nutritive food. So then they can drink. So these things our NSS volunteers and students should do now at present. So that is itself is a service to nation, so that they will not be spreading the infection to the others people. And our faculty is also a part of university and part of nation. And so when it comes to nation service, and even now at present, staying at home is also a service. So now now the student, especially faculty members, should be positive and they should have good knowledge. Of course, they are all with knowledge and skilled people. They are working in the colleges, but they should have interest to initiate the development programs. They should have the interest to lead the people, leadership qualities, and they should have enthusiasm to spend the extra time for the students, and they should have the idea of thinking, working for the welfare of the students and welfare of the college and development of the university as a whole. And they should not have a negative thoughts and avoid as well as possible this possessiveness. So with the great qualities of this, and they should have a coordination with all the people with this faculty, and they can do wonders in the, especially in the implementation of the NS program. So NSS program is okay, but the implementation is it's not up to the mark. But students, they have the good strength, physical strength. At least they can do some service at the colleges. See, with the strength of, for example, Ankatramagudam College, a maximum of minimum of 500 students will be there. So at least 1 hour if they work 1 week, 1 hour in a week if they work, they can have their own kitchen garden. 75% if they work for 1 hour, they can keep the entire campus clean, and they can do a lot of work. They can do kitchen gardening. They need not to purchase any vegetable, these things. And they can have a tree planting, and they can involve, some can involve in the nursery development. So we are not, our torch bearers, we are not utilizing properly. So for our, not only our NSS coordinators, NSS officers, entire faculty should utilize our youngsters. So by doing work, they learn many things. Earn while learn project. So they stay simply, instead of staying, they can work something, they can learn some skills by doing nursery. So that way, I want our torch bearers to think of and doing some work at the college level, at least 1 hour to spare their youth, their young energy to the university. That is a service to the nation. So, and with this, I finally congratulate all the NSS unit of the, especially the NSS unit of the College of Horticulture, Venkatramanagudamu, for organizing this type of webinar. And thank you, sir. Thank you, madam.
Sir, thank you very much for your guidelines, suggestions, and critical practical issues in which area we need to raise up and we need to keep attention, and to all the stakeholders, that is faculty and our human resource working in the field and our student community. Thank you very much, sir, your valuable message to all the stakeholders. So now I request the organizers to keep the release of e-pamphlets, so which are mentioning about the preventive measures and are symptoms of COVID-19, and all these e-brochures they will be unfurling with the Honorable Vice Chancellor Garu of our Dr. YSRHU, which are made by mainly by the students and edited by our program officers. They are fine-tuned and they are at the releasing stage now. So I welcome our Honorable Vice Chancellor Garu to release these e-brochures and paintings of our students. Sir, unmute చేయండి sir.
So I have the pleasure of releasing the e-pamphlets which are prepared by Dr. R.V. Sujata, Dr. D.R. Salome, Sunita, Dr. A. Harshvardhan, Sri M. Uday Bhaskar. I congratulate all of you for bringing out this e-publication on this very important day, and congratulations to each one of you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Please, Sujata.
Madam. So we have prepared these pamphlets to create awareness among the public, sir, about the present pandemic situation of COVID-19, both in English as well as Telugu, like what are the symptoms of virus and what measures we have to take to prevent and fight against this virus. And it includes immune boosters also, immune boosting foods what we have to take, which are given, which are suggested by the Ministry of Ayush. And we hope these pamphlets will be useful to the public. So we will try to distribute them to all the public to the most possible, so that they will benefit not only our volunteers, not only our staff, but public also. So these are the 4 pamphlets we have prepared, sir.
Really, we appreciate the efforts, and it's really very informative, and definitely we'll be distributing these pamphlets to the needy people.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Once again, congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much to the team who prepared all these things, and congratulate them. I have a small suggestion for these pamphlets. Please do prepare a big that chart and display at least at your college and administrative office.
Yes, ma'am.
So that you can prepare big charts of this.
We are doing it, madam.
Okay, okay. So it will be a nice gesture to all the visitors who are coming, or whenever others are visiting our institutes. Thank you very much, and congratulations to the team and as well as the students also. And the next, we are coming very important thing, that is keynote address by our Honorable Vice Chancellor. Really, it is our privilege and honor to have our Honorable Vice Chancellor Garu with us today. Actually, Dr. T. Janakiram Garu has taken charge as Vice Chancellor of Dr. YSRHU on the 30th June 2020. Since then, he has been interacting with all the stakeholders of our university, maybe faculty, maybe scientists, maybe university officers or farming community, or directors of international or national institutes on various e-platforms. But the thing which I am worrying most is the students are not seeing our Vice Chancellor since then. So really it's a good chance to our students. Really, sir, we are very, very happy for that. At least through this e-platform, we are connecting our students with you, sir, to address them for your honorable and important message or suggestions, guidelines to our students of Dr. YSR HU. And we all know that Dr. Janakram Garu is a very well-known person nationally, internationally for his scientific contributions and number of prestigious awards for his research and breeding work in the floriculture, where he did his service in IIHR Bangalore in floriculture department, and also IIRI New Delhi, and also as a ADG of horticulture at national level. And he traveled to many countries and dispersed that technology or knowledge, whatever he acquired, to all the farming community as well as scientists and among all the institutes. And really, it's our honor to have sir as our Vice Chancellor. Today, we got that golden opportunity to be with our students, to address our students. Sir, you are most welcome to give your keynote address to this platform.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sujata Garu, for those good words. And good morning, everybody, and namaskaram.
Namaste, sir.
And today I feel it's a very special day for all of us, and particularly for me. As Dr. Sujata Garu told that, I'm really missing all our students.
Yes, sir.
The other day, you know, I went to hostel and which was empty, and I could see only 1 or 2 students. But definitely, we are all missing them. And today, really, you have provided a good opportunity, you know, through this webinar. And once again, good morning, everyone. And today, at the outset, I'm very happy for the presence of 4 pillars for today's webinar. Our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Duvur Jamana Garu, Vice Chancellor of Sri Padmavati Mahila Vishwavidyalayam, Tirupati, Andhra Pradesh. And also we have today with us Dr. K. Ramesh Reddy Garu, State NSS Officer, AP Secretary, Department of Higher Education, Andhra Pradesh. And also very important person, Dr. Y. Veerabhadram Garu, is the Civil Assistant Surgeon Specialist, Medical and Health Department, Government of Telangana. And also Dr. A. Jyoti Garu, Professor and Dean of the Andhra Pradesh. Also, all my senior officers of the university, Dr. R.V.S.K. Reddy Garu, Dr. M.L.N. Reddy Garu, Dr. Sujata Garu, Dr. Padma Garu, Dr. Venkateswamy Garu, Dr. Dilip Babu Garu, and the Dean of Students, Associate Dean of Students, Dr. Uma Jyoti Garu. I'm really happy to see her today, and great relief for all of us. And also all my colleagues, esteemed colleagues from all of our colleges, affiliated colleges, and also the polytechnic colleges, and all my other colleagues who are participating in this webinar today. And once again, on my own behalf, welcome all of you. And as we know, the horticulture, when we talk about the crop diversification, employment generation, women empowerment, nutritional security, doubling of the farmers' income, it is the horticulture sector is the only answer. And also, when we talk about the employment opportunities for the students through entrepreneurship, horticulture is again the only answer. And as we are undergoing a very extreme condition today, through this, the entire world, I can say, is passing through a very difficult situation due to this COVID-19 pandemic, which we never thought. And of course, it's also giving many lessons to all of us. As a horticulture university, we are also having greater responsibility of making the society aware of the products, particularly the vegetables and fruits are talked when we talk about the nutritional security. And today, when we are talking about the immune boosters, all this is possible through various horticulture products like spices, condiments, then medicinal aromatic plants. Just now, my colleague told through oil, they have recommended many of the formulations which are to be consumed by us during this pandemic for boosting our immunity. And today, I feel it's a special day for all of us because till last 2 weeks, we were having a series of webinars covering many topics on horticulture related for the farming community and the scientists, and many review programs for our institution and colleges. But today, I feel a special day because today this webinar is arranged on the topic combating the COVID-19 pandemic and its reflections by our dear students of this university, which is a very important topic. And I'm really extremely happy that the NSS cell College of Horticulture, Dr. YSR Horticultural University Venkatraman Gudem is organizing this one-day webinar on combating COVID-19 pandemic and its reflections by student community. And it also delights me to express that this is the first webinar of its kind for mentoring the student community as they are away from the campus because of COVID lockdown. And I am also happy to share with all of you that because of our sincere and commitment efforts of our officers and the Dean of Horticulture at our university, we have started online grievance cell to address the problems of the students when they are away from the campus. And this is a very good move and taking the interest of our beloved students. And this webinar provides the best platform to gather NSS volunteers, the national builders, and their coaches from all the colleges of Dr. YSR HU. And today, I'm very much delighted and also appreciate, compliment, congratulate all our students and officers for the good work they have shown. We have also already seen the slides, their activities, whether it is Swachh Bharat or plantation and serving in the villages various activities, even blood donation. I think they are doing wonderful job for the society, and I appreciate and once again congratulate all of them. And it's my pleasure to share with you that this webinar is aimed to enlighten the strength of the student community to face the challenges during COVID-19 pandemic. And yesterday, one of my uh, senior colleague at ICR, daughter, he has sent me a WhatsApp where she is doing the survey on the issues which are faced by the student community. And I think we also need to conduct such kind of surveys to our university also in coming days. And of course, this objective of this webinar is also to educate and equip the students to boost up and combat the COVID-19 pandemic nutritionally, medically, psychologically, and to encourage the NSS volunteers to perform their role towards the fellow humanity in the society during this COVID-19 pandemic and also lockdown period. This seminar is meticulously planned and organized, covering very valid topics to be dealt by the eminent experts and academicians. And I know that Sujata madam has given me credit, but I don't agree with that. But it is all the efforts and the initiative taken by you, madam, and all your team of colleagues. And the global news on the COVID-19 pandemic is affecting the students' mind and making them panic. So the first talk we are going to have today, that is, don't be panic at COVID-19 pandemic. This will be addressed by our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. D. Jamuna Garu of Sri Padmavati Mahila Vishwadyalayam, Tirupati. We are very happy for your presence, madam, and also accepting our invitation for this webinar. And definitely our students will be energized with your tonic and also they will not be panicked during this lockdown period. It is very difficult situation for them this period. And the World Health Organization defines the health as a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being. So a student, not only the physical but mental health also must be properly protected. To strengthen the students in this aspect, the second speaker talking on the balancing physical and mental health to combat COVID-19 pandemic will be delivered by our civil assistant surgeon specialist, Dr. Y. Veerabhadram Garu, who is from Medical and Health Department, Government of Telangana. And to combat the pandemic, one must be immunologically potent, and horticulture produce like fruit, vegetables, and spices are the nature's spoon as potent food sources to boost up our immunity. And here, I would like to mention that our university, Dr. YSR Horticulture University, has initiated a program on utilizing the millets and the hearty produce, and we named it as Millet Heart Program, where we are using many combinations of these products to combat this pandemic, improving the immunity in our system. And also my colleagues are working on various products of, the moringa, even including rasam powder prepared from this the munakkal, we call in Telugu. So this is again a new edition, new initiative. And in this regard, the third speaker will be educating our students to consume good food, to boost their immunity, and also this will be shared by Dr. Professor A. Jyoti Garu, who is the Dean of Sri Padmavati Mahila Vishwavidyalayam, Tirupati, on the nutritional enrichment for immunity boosting during COVID-19 pandemic. And as it is rightly said, the education without values is complete waste. But when it is accompanied by values, it molds the character of a person, and also their impact on the society could be miraculous. At the time of natural disasters and pandemic situations like this, all the NSS volunteers should rise up to the need and respond accordingly. In this regard, our another eminent speaker, Dr. A. Ramesh Vidyaru, who is also the state NSS officer from the AP Secretariat, Department of Higher Education, Velagapudi, will be speaking on serving the humanity as NSS volunteer during COVID-19 lockdown. So this webinar definitely also provides the excellent opportunity for the students to share their views on COVID pandemic and precautionary measures to be followed. So I strongly believe that this webinar will be a perfect blend of holistic maintenance of physical, mental, and social well-being of the individual, and eventually contributing to the nation building. At the end, I would like to appreciate the efforts of NSS program coordinator, Dr. A. Sujata Garu, Dean of Student Affairs, who is also looking after the one of the state-of-the-art facilities that we are having at our university, the Happy project headed by herself, and just now she was mentioning when I told her to make available this honey at least to all our employees on cost basis, and she was telling, and we are waiting for that Divyamrutam of honey to be tasted by all our colleagues, and not only here, we will also be looking forward to make available to the different people in the society. And I also appreciate the other FSS officers, Dr. Salome Sunita Garu, Professor in Biochemistry, and Dr. R.V. Sujata Garu, Associate Professor in Economics, and Dr. A. Harshvardhan Garu, Assistant Professor in Horticulture, College of Horticulture, Venkatraman Gudam, for their constructive teamwork and also meticulously planning the conduct of this event, including release of very useful e-pamphlets. And definitely, I hope this webinar would be very much useful, and it will be memorable to every of our students. And once again, I look forward that soon this pandemic will end, and really I'm eagerly waiting for our students to meet them at this campus, and again our campus will be smiling
for your inspirational and blessing words to our students. And once again, you have reminded us the importance of horticulture section for this nutritional security of our nation, as well as all the citizens who are facing the challenge with COVID-19. Definitely, we will be playing our crucial role in supplementing the nutrients to our horticulture section, whatever it may be, the foods, aromatics or spices or medicines many other products in daily life. So we will be with to your expectations with the strength of our faculty and with the strength of our students, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable words and blessings. So now I respectfully invite our honorable other chief guest, Dr. Duvur Jamuna Garu, who is the Vice Chancellor of Sri Padmavati Mahila University. Really, we are very happy, madam. We have a lot of honors to you while hearing your speech with Governor Garu, and I got clicked. So you are the suitable person for our students to interact in this challenging period of COVID-19. So you readily and heartfully accepted our invitation. Very much thank you for you, madam. So you are welcome to give our valuable addressing to our students and our faculty. Thank you, madam. Dr. Jamuna Garu, please.
Yeah, very good morning. Thank you, Professor Sujata, for your nice way of introducing me. Thank you very much. It's in fact, as I said earlier, it is my privilege to associate with this, very distinguished, kind of event. Dr. Janaki Ram, Vice Chancellor of Dr. YSR Horticulture University, special invitees, all the administrative staff of YSR Horticulture University, and the constituent colleges, deans, associate deans, registrar, and many distinguished administrators. Especially Dr. Sujata, the NSS in charge of the university, Dr. Jyoti, faculty members of YSR Horticulture University, NSS volunteers, participants, and my co-speakers of today's session. At the outset, I just want to congratulate the Vice Chancellor and the entire team, and his entire team, for conceiving this idea to educate the NSS volunteers. We know that NSS volunteers are the pivotal units for social and community services. And they are the people who come forward voluntarily to extend their help. Because as a student of myself as a student at various levels, I know the importance of the NSS unit. And I really hearty congratulations to all of you for organizing this, especially to create a special, distinctive awareness to your NSS participants and NSS units of various constituent colleges. Well, when Dr. Sujata contacted me, it's like a lecture, I thought, because, having more than 30 years of teaching experience, I love to teach, number one. Of course, the second thing is counseling is my pet subject. Ever since, I was an assistant professor in the SV University, I was interested to teach the subject counseling psychology. And I also adapted this as a profession after some time, practicing profession, not on remuneration basis, but on voluntary basis. So realizing, the significance and the importance of the counseling service to the community. So immediately I said, okay, to Dr. Sujata, but I didn't finalize the topic. She herself said, you can talk on something like this. So, today's speech, I just want to share my thoughts, mostly data-driven, mostly, data-based. I just want to share on the topic. Yeah, can I have the sharing, slide sharing Permission, please.
Sure, madam.
Yes, madam.
Dr.
Yes,
Sujata,
madam.
please.
Yes. Today's topic is, you can see, don't be panic at COVID-19 pandemic. How can you be a counselor, especially a student, an NSS volunteer? See, counseling psychology, generally we say it is a professional course, and it is a, trained, skilled profession. And we need, as long as you say it's a skilled, trained profession, we need certain, professional degrees, professional training, and so on and so forth. But today, I mean, how can a student can act as a counselor at this hour of crisis? Next, I'll go. Let me try. Yes, at least, see. Yes, is it visible, the slides? I hope you are seeing the slides.
Yes,
Yeah.
madam.
Yeah, okay. I know coronavirus 2019 is popularly known as COVID-19, and it led to the entire world and pushed us to the health emergencies. And lockdowns are part of those. Lockdowns are part of those pandemic, prevention or precautions. Since late March, if I remember right, you can always, pardon me if I am wrong in this, in stating this. Since late March to May 2020, we were having under lockdown almost 100%. Only for medicines, vegetables, we were allowed for a particular time, and we were asked to be homebound. And during the unlock period of June 2020, it is partial. In some places, it's like, in the morning, it is for a few hours, and it is for, there is a partial lockdown. And now we are in the total lockdown. And it is, it left to our discretion. And you all appreciate, we should appreciate the very good, reason or aim for, this kind of lockdown is to reduce the use of hospital care or healthcare system, limiting or slowing down the viral transmission or growth in the population. And also the major objective is to educate the public, creating the awareness in the public in order to prevent, in order to take precautionary and protective measures. I think almost like 50 days, that's what they did. They educated, the central and state governments intensely educated what measures we have to follow. And of course, these restrictions during the lockdown periods, is subjected to a lot of changes in the lifestyles and social relationships. There is no difference of opinion if I say this. And we are adapting to the new norm of behavior, new pattern of behaviors. We are switching over to the old pattern of behavior to new patterns of behavior. And it has a greater impact on the education, especially because, large chunk of population or in the education sector, is affected by this pandemic. And there is a lot of economic impact and also impact on employment, social and psychological impact. And all these made us to redefine our domains, maybe teaching learning process or research, and also people are adapting various alternative avenues to live effectively under these crisis hours. And we, as teachers, you all know, we are forced to adapt e-learning. We are on e-learning, we are on e-research, we are on e-labs, we are on e-marketing, we are on trade, we are on hospitals, or everything on e. Even for pregnant women can call the doctor and seek the counseling or tips to get over her anxiety. This is the scenario of today. And then Next. Next time. Yep, stop sharing. I mean, there is a problem. Can you, yeah, stop sharing. Guest or Mamara? Huh? Then, as a psychologist, my basic question is, other than these, what else? I can definitely say as a behavioral analyst or as a psychologist, see, there are manifestation of psychological problems or behavioral problems in large number of population. So there is evidence from various data sets or the articles or publications that there is an increased levels of anxiety due to fear of being infected, psychological distress symptoms, and mental illness symptoms in general population. See, especially if I talk about higher levels of anxiety, depression, it's more among people who are more suggestive of COVID-19. I mean, you get the sense out of this. More suggestive means, there are two, if you divide people into two categories, some people are more suggestive, some people are very strong. They don't yield to any suggestion. People who are easily suggestible, that means, they are experiencing a lot of stress, a lot of anxiety, a lot of depression. This is especially so among younger generation, less than 35 years. If you go to the hospital records, quarantine or isolation records, it's more so in the population. I mean, it was especially when in the beginning it was stated that, who are the high prone or high risk groups. But, to the surprise, many hospital isolation patients, are less than 35 years. And because the reasons from the data, it's pretty clear that these young guys, most of the time viewing COVID-19 news, using digital, sources or other media, usage. So this is one of the sources where made them to be more panicky, more anxiety, more anxious, more fearful, leading to depression and so on and so forth. And I can say confidently, it is more than the health pandemic. It is turning into higher psychological catastrophe in the population. So higher psychological cost was induced by COVID-19 pandemic. See, as the psychological issues in clients, tested positive for COVID-19 has negative impact. That means, there is a greater impact, a negative impact on the mental health of the COVID-19 infected persons, especially in psychology, we say post-traumatic stress. The trauma is isolation. The trauma is like infection, subjected to the infection. See, after recovery from the infection also, there is a continuous haunting stress in the anxiety in the infected persons. What we generally know and say that it is a post-trauma stress, both in the survivors of the infected and also non-infected people. See, you have been watching people like, many villagers, they're not allowing them to come to their, the graveyards. They're not allowing people to go to the other neighbor, who is recovered from the infection. These are all happening. It is, other way, it's all, inducing severe stress, anxiety and depression and fear and worry about their health and the health of their loved ones, be it a family member or, anybody associated to him. And in most people like, especially those who have crossed 55 years and 60 plus, there is a strong feeling that they are missing their family members and loved ones when they are in isolation or quarantine. There is a constant, haunting anxiety with regard to impending death. It's not fatal, but still, the feeling of impending death, the feeling of, that it's going to be fatal is causing more stress, anxiety, and depression in the population. And one of the important striking observation in younger population, especially student population, is difficulty in sleeping. Sleeping, not only in getting sleeping to sustain the sleep for longer hours, and also changes in the sleep pattern. Some cases, insomnia, sleeplessness, and also in some cases, severe guilt. See, many people return from various places, maybe from Chennai, maybe from Hyderabad, maybe from, Gulf countries, or maybe from abroad. Those, students, when we examined, they are feeling highly, guilty because, see, we would have stayed back in US, we would have stayed back in Hyderabad. So after coming here, we are really causing trouble to our family members. So that kind of guilt is also evident in some of the cases, and also in some of the quarantine or, isolated cases. And also other kind of psychological feelings are feelings of uncertainty. When are we going to cross this infection? Is there any hopelessness? So there is no hope at all. Many people say we don't have hope. Even in educated, elite people also, they express feelings of, the hopelessness. And also, when are we going to get a solution to this problem? When are we going to get over this pandemic? And and in some populations, especially, again, I am telling, less than 35 years, the suicidal ideation, the tendency to commit suicide is increasing in some clients. Then let me specifically go to the next aspect, that is psychological impact of quarantine. You should bear with me. Basically, I'm a psychologist. Almost anything is, if I say, my psychology will be seen in my statements. So you have to bear with me. So let me come to, the waiting room. Okay, right. See, quarantine, as you all know, or isolation is, you all know that, but I just want to strike some, keywords in this. Here we are restricting a person's activities and also separating persons from the healthy individuals, family members, and his, co-workers and his friends. And he is exposed, or when a person is exposed or inflicted with an infectious disease, or may show symptoms related to disease, he has to go to the isolation or hospital or home quarantine. Because quarantine is to monitor the patient, or monitor the infected person, or detect the cases easily and provide, and required medical assistance. See, from the data we observed, the negative impact, psychological impact of quarantine is, many people are confused. So, and many people are, frustrated and resulting in anger. And because, it's a long lasting impact on the individual. And I said, like, post-traumatic stress. See, if I go to my house, if I go to my regular work, if I go to the regular college, what does my friend think? So how do I am, judged? So these are all, related to the trauma, stress, even after the quarantine and isolation and after infection. So because of this, there are, other stressors like severe, as I said, anxiety-based worry, fear-based anxiety. So, frustration, severe frustration, as I mentioned, boredom, loneliness, financial issues. I need not tell you about this. And then fear of stigma. Stigma, I'll come to that later. And uncertainty. Lack of inadequate information. This is yet another, problem faced by many people. And, with these, next please. I just want to say something about the stigma. I think మీరు చాలా మంది టీవీల్లో చూస్తూ ఉంటారు. రోగి మీద స్టిగ్మా అనేది ఉండకూడదు. రోగి అనేటటువంటి ఇట్స్ ఎ నార్మల్ వైరల్ డిసీజ్. And he got the infection and recovered from the infection, and he got, I mean, he's a normal person. But you know, some people, they still carry the stigma. Stigma refers to discrediting an individual or a group of individuals because of certain social beliefs about the person, behavior, or an illness. It is a sort of negative attitude which is triggered by an illness at this stage based on prejudice and misinformation, underlying misinformation. And also yet another thing is uncertainty. So we feel if a person is recovered, we still feel when he comes and, stands up, beside us, you feel that maybe you are uncertain, whether, you become ambiguous, you become, because it's not certain in your, approach to the infected person because of non-availability of information, inconsistent, information available. Then people become secure and they become uncertain about their status. And then I was referring to the guilt. This guilt feeling of blaming oneself and regretting that is, regret that it is usually hard to accept and express. It often leads to people to replay, what if I did like this? If only if it happens, what will be the result? More than a healthcare issue, I said, to me, it appears, not only to me, the entire mental health professionals, they are of the opinion. See, when I was talking to the director of the SWIMS, Sri Venkateswara Institute of Medical Sciences, I was just, as a psychologist, I was interested to next place to inquire about the recovery rate of the patients. To my surprise, she said, the fear is one of the important, factor which is slowing down the immune system and the recovery rate. So therefore, fear, worry, anxiety is yet another cause for, slow recovery. So therefore, it is. Let me come to why we become stigmatized. Next, why we become stigmatized, why we become prejudiced, why we become guilt. Let me give you an analogy from, general point of view. See, we have 5 sense organs. I don't talk about 6th sense, though we have lots of information on that. I don't want to touch that. Definitely we have 3 sense organs where they are the input. So they give us the input information, and through like visual sensation, auditory sensation, olfactory sensation, gustatory and tactile sensation. And these information inputs will be provided to the brain. And we form the thoughts, we form the feelings based on the visual, auditory, olfactory, gustatory information provided by the sense organs. So there we process the behavior in the brain, the central nervous system, and then some certain behavioral patterns will be manifested. See, I said behavior. See, the behavior could be, your action, your feeling, whatever it is. Yes, that means, there is a saying goes, so you think, so you are. See, the thinking, goes back to your sensory inputs, and based on that, you act, you behave. If your thoughts are too negative, it can block your, thoughts, and the way you see the things, the way you do the things that doesn't fit and confirm what you believe is true. That means your thoughts are connected. Your inputs are connected to your thoughts. Your thoughts are connected to your feelings. Your thoughts are connected to your behavior and manifestation, emotions or feelings or whatever you call. So the cognitive base, the knowledge base is the main source for causing any sort of devastation, negative devastation in the individual, or positivity in the user. Sometimes, people are, believe that seeing is believing, hearing is believing. We go by this. Whatever you see, sometimes we believe. Whatever we hear, we believe because of the information provided by the sense organs. So now here, so this is the fundamental or basic to understand why people are stigmatized, why people are prejudiced towards the COVID-19 cases, COVID-19 infected, COVID-19 recovered, COVID-19 positive cases, or the family members. Right, next. Then let me come to the role of our students, or role of any responsible citizen. What should be done under these circumstances? Is it the business of only psychologists, or anybody can help or assist, support psychologically? Generally, helping is the major, force in this, process. So in counseling, we say helping is the main and a pivotal point. Definitely, as a profession, counseling refers to help the person to help himself. This is exactly suitable in this particular hour of crisis. We try to help the other person to help himself or herself to come out of this negative thoughts, to come out of the stigma, to come out of this prejudice, to come out of this panic, anxiety condition. Next, please. Why there's a problem? Yes. At this point, let me give you, the initiative we have taken up. Yes. So let me share with you the initiative we have taken in association with Association of Health Psychologists. The Association of Health Psychologists is a national body of psychologists where, our university and other universities from different states like, Telangana, Orissa, West Bengal, Karnataka, altogether 5 states, we initiated counseling psychological services through helpline. That is by having toll-free numbers during this COVID-19 pandemic period, right from the lockdown period, 1, 2, 3, and also right now, we are running this, helpline of COVID-19 counseling support services. And in these, this is the helpline number 040-482-14822. In these helplines, we have a SPMVV helpline. So with this number, so anybody who calls this number, they can get the support. In these helplines, we have received nearly 3,000 calls from diverse age groups, starting from 35 years to 72 years, that is from young adults to elderly, from migrant laborers to homemakers, and I can say from various walks of life. Employed to retired, infected persons in isolation to persons with COVID-19 positive, quarantined, and their families, and also from general public as well. This initiative is a really very satisfying initiative for extending our help. So our sort of, support to the needy persons at this COVID-19 pandemic. And here, we did it with the help of 25 trained counseling psychologists, where we have given special training on COVID-19 counseling process. And then based on that, we were given different time slots. And in these time slots, different counseling psychologists will be available if you call this helpline number. And in these, I can say, in these, 3,000 calls across the 5 states, first one, during the first lockdown, anxiety was the main. That is mostly health-related anxiety. Because, again, anxiety because it's a flooding of information about the health. In the beginning, we were confused with the, symptoms. We were confused with the sources of infection. So a lot of confusion, a lot of, different media versions giving different types of, information. People are really confused, caused the anxiety. And also, many people were asked to suddenly to work from home. That itself, that is yet another source of anxiety. So suddenly we asked our faculty or students to go online. So that gave us anxiety. Of course, it's a transitory. I can tell you it is a transitory. And then health anxiety is like, overload of symptoms, exaggeration of symptoms, magnification and worry of even worry over small minor symptoms. And also fear that there will be exponential growth of virus in the coming days. These are all because of, flooding of information about the health related information. And some expressed their anxiety, anxious. They are very, very depressed because if they don't get the medicine, if they do, then the prevailing diseases may increase and hospitalization issues. This have caused anxiety in some people. And also now, during this, after the 3 lockdowns, now the worry is over vaccination. When is it going to be arrived? So which vaccination is the right one? How can we rely on these sources? This is yet another source of anxiety. And actually speaking, from the beginning, it is clearly said, this coronavirus pandemic is not fatal in all the age groups. Only with people with, other health issues, comorbidities, they are susceptible to, susceptible to mortality, not, everybody who is infected, who is quarantined, who is isolated. It's, mild respiratory, acute respiratory syndrome, especially those with respiratory problems. And why people are highly prone to anxiety is yet another reason is cognitive incompatibility. So inability to handle the flood of information from various sources, lots of myths, lots of rumors, real information is missing. So many people, they cannot, they are not in a position to distinguish worry, anxiety or precautionary measures. And also non-compliance of information. So if a person is, compliance of information, he will be motivated. That means a person who is motivated to listen to the information, correct information, definitely there will be less anxiety, less fear, less worry. Whereas, some people, they don't, because of non-compliance, they don't fully listen to the information. They don't fully, go to the information and they
Madam, please unmute.
మేడం మీరు అన్మ్యూట్ చేసుకోండి మేడం. మేడం జమునా గారు అన్మ్యూట్ చేసుకోండి మేడం. ఇట్ హస్ గాన్ టు ఆటోమేటిక్ మ్యూట్.
Yeah, I request the host, not to unmute till I finish. See, as I said, reality is, slide, previous slide. Yeah, yes, Yeah, the reality is it is more psychological. It's not more clinical in, I mean, mental health problem, I can say, it's not more clinical. It's more, a transitory kind of psychological issues. That means, it's a long-standing impact of certain, information. So that means, under these circumstances, especially people who are subjected to stress, insecurity, and a lot of inconvenience. And you all know, Indian context is never for isolation. It's never for, social distancing or physical distancing. That is, need for affiliation is a very strong drive, or, the need for is most for it is essential for our existence. We believe in collectivistic, nature, collectivism, not independent, not isolation, not thing. So our cultural ethos also reinforces the, togetherness. So therefore, especially when we are under stress or insecurity, we must need such social support. We must seek, solicit somebody's support. So they should come to rescue us, even in terms of a small statement. Don't worry, you will be okay. You are misguided. So this sort of, statement will give them a sort of bharosa. In psychology, in counseling, we say catharsis. Catharsis is an emotional discharge. If you say, I am with you, don't worry. See, this is the right information. I'll get you the right information. I'll help you. That word will go a long way in overcoming the anxiety. As I was mentioning, most of the cases with anxiety are not clinical in nature. It is not clinical anxiety. These clients are, behaving in a new normal pattern, new normal, behaviors, more than the clinical anxiety. So therefore, there is no need to worry. Only thing is, they have to get the right information. Now, what can you do when when you want to counsel a COVID-19 client? Maybe infected, maybe primary contacts, family members, or frontline workers, because then there were occasions where we, counseled frontline workers who are working with the isolation wards and nursing faculty and so on, their families. See, if there are counseling tele or online for the clients, who are in need of help, see, the most important thing is we must know what we have to do, what we should not do, do's and don'ts of psychological counseling. What is not counseling, my dear student friends? See, just advising is not counseling. Just moralizing is not counseling. Just passing judgments are not counseling. It's not counseling. Then directing or educating, criticizing is not counseling. But all these put together is counseling. That's what I would like to say. Yes. So in a subtle way, you try to give your, patient hearing. That is, the psychological need, counseling needs active counseling. See, accepting the client with warmth, without any conditions. And you have to provide empathy. Empathy is nothing but viewing the problem, viewing the behavior from the client's point of view. See, you should provide an opportunity to emotionally ventilate. So, in that sort of helping, in that sort of extending support, you have to be very genuine. You have to be very, extend unconditional acceptance to the client. So you should be sensitive to the problem of the client and especially caring to the client's issues. So being objective is very, very important when you extend counseling. See, in this, whatever, active listening, presenting warmth, all these bulleted points, you please remember, we have to aim to provide the right information wherever it's necessary. So you as a counselor, you should, equip, you should be aware of right, very correct information regarding the pandemic, regarding the symptoms, regarding the positive cases, regarding the quarantine at hospital, regarding the isolation or home isolation. See, you have to be very thorough and from the very, what can I say, correct sources, all right, reliable sources, so that you can extend emotional support, you can make them to enhance coping with the problem, you can help them to resolve their conflicts, to, help the client to get real insight. What exactly COVID-19? See, now in the beginning, there were symptoms like, whatever it is, you all know, I don't want to go into that. So after some time, they have given us other kind of sources. Now it's very clear, it's established, it's because of, close contact with the, other person. That is the distance between the two persons. See, so that may be the reason airborne is the reason for spreading the disease or infection. So therefore, it is changing. So we, as counselor, you have to be very, very reliable. We have to get a very reliable, very accurate information so that you can give confidence in the client. You can give confidence client in the sense whoever comes to you for counseling. So usually we call them as client. So similarly, you can extend counseling. As I said, you have to be very, very good in listening, active listening. I need not go into the details of active listening. That is, active listening is very essential. We listen to other persons. How many of us are active listeners? Manasa, vacha, karmani, anni rakaluga vintene adi active listening avutundi. So active listening kuda ela undali ante, you have to give topmost priority to the client counseling. మీ దగ్గరికి వచ్చినటువంటి పర్సన్ కు టాప్ మోస్ట్ ప్రయారిటీ ఇవ్వాలి. యూ హ్యావ్ టు బి ఏ ఐ థింక్ లైక్ భరోసా అనేది ఆ విధమైనది ఉంటేనే, సో దెన్ యూ కెన్ ఎక్స్టెండ్ counseling. And then next I said empathy. Think with rather than far and about the client. That is stepping into his or her shoes. Chala mandi antu untaru, madam, please listen to me. Please think from my angle. Think from my, na drishtilo chudandi madam, naaku ila undi, inta bayam estundi veelani chuste. So that means, you as a counselor, you have to put them in a very comfortable position, saying that, what is the source of our concern? So that means, when you're talking to the client or anybody who comes to the counseling, is referred to as client, as I said. So I'm listening. It should be like, I'm listening to you, Mr. X. Yes, I understand, Mr. X, what you are saying. That should be the chain to demonstrate that you are with the client. You should be with the client. Think with the client for the time being, so that, you can extend help what you want. Next, please. So in summary, I just want to say, you have to identify the feeling of the client. You have to identify the context of the feeling. You have to identify how the behavior is manifested. Say, for example, I'll quote this example. I don't know how this happened. Client says, I don't know how this happened. I never thought visiting my relative's place will lead me in this trouble. I really don't understand how I am going to come out of this. So as an empathic understanding, empathic perspective, the counselor should reflect by understanding the concern. Yes, you are worried. I understand about your, where this will be is going to be ended, or further problems. What will be the further problems? And you are uncertain about the future. So I can understand. So that kind of empathy, that kind of reflection is needed to support the client. Be with the client fully. Manasa, vacha, karmane. As I said, active listening with good empathy, you can support the client, you can understand the feeling, you can, actively advise or assurance or anything. Next. Don't judge the client in terms of his social background, economic background. It is an unconditional support extended to the counselor. How can counselors help? As I said, like social support to the client. Build a good rapport with the patient, the client, using open, questions. What is the problem? So, is this your problem? Then you say yes or no. Not like that. You have to say, what's your problem? No. So, let me know what exactly, concerns you. How can I help you? So this sort of influential skills and so on are very, very important in getting, awareness, about the client, concern, understanding the concern of the client, and also the ways through which you can support or advise or, give, whatever a piece of some emotional support you can extend over tele-counseling. For the time being, tele-counseling, or, in the community, your family members, at least, your, community or small social group, at least you can, help them. So next. Yes. As I said, we demonstrate the technique I was mentioning, how the sick feelings, how the sick thoughts, how the negative thoughts are introjected from the sense organs, how based on the sick thoughts, we develop sick feelings, we develop sick behaviors. So how can we work? See, as a counselor, as a counseling psychologist, helping professional, we target these sick thoughts. So next please. So we target this, thinking, we target this, output of the behavior. So therefore, see, I'll explain this model. We have a model called cognitive restructuring. See, cognition refers to the mind. Cognition refers to your, inputs provided by the sense organs to the brain. So there, the cognitive foundations are there. Your thoughts, me thoughts kaina, feelings kaina foundation ekkada untundi ante brain lo undetatuvanti inputs, but inputs negative ga unte definite ga output kuda negative gaane untundi. Andike nenu eppudu cheptu untanu, if a person wears green goggle, entire world will be green. If a person wears red goggles, definitely the entire world will be red. So therefore, how you see the world is determined by the inputs you get from your sense organs, the negative thoughts in the brain. So therefore, as counseling person, you have to, restructure the cognitions. Restructure the cognition and thoughts. Cognition refers to knowledge. So you have to restructure the thoughts. So when there is a situation, so automatically that negative thoughts, negative images comes into action. So based on that, the client's feeling or client's behavior manifests. So always anxiety, panicky, anni rakalainatuvanti negative feelings untai. Worry, depression, suicide, almost. It could be emotional, it could be behavioral, it could be physiological. Physiological symptoms kuda vastundi. Endukante mem psychology eppudu cheptu untam. See, the brain influences your physical health. So body-mind interaction, body-mind relationship. So therefore, we have to target the thoughts. So our negative thoughts, next please. Our negative thoughts nu manam replace cheyadaniki khachithanga prayatham cheyali. Our negative thoughts replace cheyali ante, you have to have a very good knowledge base about the COVID-19 pandemic. So, you can see this, how the thought process occurs. See, once I said, remember the diagram which I showed earlier? The thought creates feelings. If the thoughts are negative, the feelings are negative. If, similarly, the feelings create behavior. See, how I feel, similarly, how I behave. So behavior manifests through thoughts again. Again, it is a cycling. So therefore, you have to, as counselors, we target this negative thoughts. We target this, negative base of the, fear or anxiety or any kind of mental health problems. Next, please. Yes. So therefore, you You have to give you have to have, social support, kind of to the client. You have to have, influencing, talked on the individual. You have to give information as much as possible, which is very, very reliable. Caution, as I said, the information must be very clear, must be useful, must be supported by empathy, relevant to the client's concern. Next, please. Yeah. So, a wide range of psychological or mental health problems, we deal with this, cognitive restructuring model, what we call as cognitive behavior interventions or therapy. Right. Next. Previous slide. Yes. Apart from this, just now, like, Professor Sujata's, team showing the NSS, support services. One is, relaxing exercises. Next, please. Next. Yeah, yoga exercises. I wish that each university should start an helpline, either by, NSS volunteer group or, what kind other expertise, depending on the other expertise available. See here, we have extended our helpline to the Vikramasinghe University and also to the YBU University, Kadapa, Yogi Vemana University, Kadapa. We are very much delighted. If you need our services, we will very much, looking forward to extend the same kind of help even to your YSR, Dr. YSR Horticulture University. You can install this, toll-free number in your website, and you can extend the online help through the 040-482-14822. Right, thank you. I think, recently, Yoga Day, you have celebrated Yoga Day, that is yoga at family, yoga with family, yoga at home, yoga with family, which is really impressive. So we also initiated some of the program where we taught relaxation techniques, that is deep breathing, coping, self-talking. Sometimes, we have to cope our, anxiety by talking ourselves. So if it exceeds, the self-talk exceeds to a maximum limit, then we need psychiatric help. So unless otherwise, we don't need. So, deep breathing and distracting the thoughts. I'm sorry, that's a mistake. Thought, which is very stressful, is very, very important. I'm sure with these, since I have shared the slides, some of your students can use these slides to help the community, to help the society in a very befitting way under the auspices of Dr. YSR Horticultural University. So before I end, if you have any questions, I'm happy to take the questions, or otherwise kindly exempt me. Dr. Sujata, thank you so much for giving this opportunity. So whatever I could, I said, whatever information which is data driven, I tried my level best to share. I hope, if any of, I think you have, you are aware that I extended our service to your university. If you need to use the helpline, place it in the website of your university. I can extend the same thing to the Vice Chancellor to utilize the helpline number if you want counseling services, counseling psychologist services, or otherwise, you can, your NSS units can themselves start a service for the community. See, I can tell you, Andy, first lockdown 1-2 లో ఒక రకమైన నేచర్ ఆఫ్ యాంగ్జైటీ ఫోబియా ఉన్నది. ఇప్పుడు రియల్ సైకలాజికల్ ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ వస్తున్నాయి. ఎందుకు అంటే వీఆర్ ఓపెన్ టు పబ్లిక్ ప్లేసెస్ ఇన్ ద సెన్స్ అట్లీస్ట్ యూ కెన్ మూవ్, నాట్ సినిమాస్, నాట్ malls or something else, but you can go by yourself, you can use auto rickshaws, you can use public transport and so on. ఇప్పుడు చాలా పానికీగా ఉన్నారు మనుషులు. So we call in psychology, we have a concept. Excuse me, VC sir, I need your attention. Now the situation is very, very difficult to handle by an ordinary individual, because ఎవరిని చూసినా వాళ్ళలో సిమ్టమ్స్ ఉన్నాయో, వాళ్ళు అసిమ్టమాటిక్, ఎవరిని చూసినా వీళ్ళు ఆల్రెడీ ఎక్కడెక్కడికి వెళ్ళేసి వచ్చారో పబ్లిక్ మీటింగ్స్ కు. సో ఐ మై సెల్ఫ్ ఇన్ మై పేషి, ఐ హావ్ మై ఓన్ రిజర్వేషన్. Even if they are attending to public functions, I'm so scared because I'm taking certain precautionary measures. Don't come to my office to work online. So these measures, at least, NSS volunteers, they can educate the public. If they are, exposed to public functions, let them be at home quarantine for weekdays. It's simple tips. But ఇప్పుడు మాకు హెల్ప్ లైన్ లో కూడా చాలా కాల్స్ వస్తున్నాయి. ఎందుకు అంటే ఏం చేయాలో ఒకలాంటి వీఆర్ ఓపెన్. లాక్డౌన్ చేసినప్పుడు గవర్నమెంట్ స్టార్టర్స్, స్టేట్ గవర్నమెంట్ అండ్ సెంట్రల్ గవర్నమెంట్ స్టార్టర్స్ how to be careful. Hand washing, like mask wearing and also observing social distance. So ఒకప్పుడు కొన్ని confusing statements not to wear mask. Then, now we are clear we have to wear mask and then social distancing. ఇప్పుడు పానికీగా చాలా మంది మాకు కాల్స్ వస్తున్నాయి. So definitely I'll share this information in another occasion. I once again thank the VC Garu and the entire administrative staff for giving me this opportunity. And I'm sure you please exempt me from this. I'm not able to listen to the other speakers because of some other commitments. Actually, I rescheduled those meetings. Thank you so much for making me part of your university. So I'm so happy to associate with this. Thank you.
Thank you, madam.
Yeah.
We'll continue.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you. That was so nice of you. Thank you.
Madam, very much thankful to your detailed and highly informative information about this psychological trauma of students or maybe citizens, and also the counseling ways, different tips and ways of real constructive counseling. Really, very much we are thankful to you, madam. Today we are really privileged to have you in spite of your busy schedule. So I can request you only at least for giving information regarding our students' interaction through our messages.
Yeah,
so,
sure.
So you can have your regular schedule, madam. But please we will be in touch with you. And
Sure.
we are
Any
very much
help?
thankful for extending your helpline. We are having student grievance cell online.
Yeah,
In
we will
addition to
extend.
this, with the permission of our Honorable Vice Chancellor,
Yes.
if he permits, we can have this helpline in
Yeah.
our website also
Yeah,
to counsel our students.
Yeah, sure.
We will have
Thank
it.
you very much, madam.
Have it.
ఇంకో వీసీ గారికి అందరి ఫ్యాకల్టీ మెంబర్స్ కి చెప్పదలుచుకున్నది, కొత్త ప్యాటర్న్ ఏమొస్తుంది మన స్టూడెంట్స్ లో అంటే పెర్ఫార్మెన్స్ యాంగ్జైటీ. సో సడన్ గా ఆన్లైన్ ఎగ్జామ్స్ అన్నాము, సడన్ గా అదేంటి ఆఫ్లైన్ ఎగ్జామ్ అంటున్నాము. ఎలా రాయాలి, మేము ఎక్కడికి రావాలి, అసలు మేము చదువుకున్నదంతా మర్చిపోయాం. సో మేము అదేంటి ఎలా ఉంటుంది క్వశ్చన్ పేపర్, అన్సర్టనిటీ, చాలా మందికి యాంగ్జైటీ, ఇలాంటి కూడా చాలా మంది మాకు హెల్ప్ లైన్ ఫోన్ చేస్తున్నారండి. ఎందుకు చెప్పొస్తున్నారంటే కౌన్సిలింగ్ ఇవ్వదలుచుకున్న స్టూడెంట్స్ మస్ట్ బి వెరీ వెరీ స్ట్రాంగ్. వాళ్ళు కరేజియస్ గా ఉండాలి, ఉంటేనే దే కెన్ యాక్ట్ as counselors. Thank you అండి, థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్.
So we are benefited a lot, madam, our student community along with our faculty. Thank you, madam.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Now I request our other guest speaker, Dr. Y. Veerabhadran Garu, Civil Assistant Surgeon and Specialist in the Medical and Health Department of Government of Telangana. I know him as a very much tenacious and experienced medical doctor with wide exposure and experience to deal with the medical things as well as psychological things. So we are running short of time. Because of that, I am not giving much introduction about him. Sorry for that.
Okay.
Anyhow, we are very much privileged to have you, sir. So our student community is awaiting your lecture and addressing and your suggestions regarding physical and mental precautions to face this COVID-19 challenge. Please, Dr. Veerabhadran Garu.
Thank you, madam, for introducing me and respected delegates and dignitaries and speakers. Um, First of all, I will convey my sincere thanks to the members of organizers for making me a part of this webinar and for their efforts also. Um, so today my topic is balancing physical and mental health to combat the COVID-19 patients. In brief, I will present what is the problem per se and what are the problems we will see and what are the coping strategies we can able to have during this pandemic. So, I mean, can I get the PPT slides or?
Yes, sir.
Can,
Yes.
Dr. Garu, please be little bit louder.
Yeah. So this coronavirus is a novel coronavirus. We all know that the coronavirus is originated in December 19. That's called as COVID-19. So most of the people, they are getting scary because of this exponential infectivity to the others. That's why that creating so much of chaos and also fear, anxiety. So till now we got almost 21.5 million of cases across the globe, and 7,72,000 people have died. So that indicates that is this infection is a very exponential rise of infectivity. So what are the psychological problems we can able to find during this pandemic is most of the people, they will get that as the earlier speaker said, that like that anxiety or stress or frequent checking for the symptoms, depressive ruminations, broodings, and also irritability mood, trouble sleeping, helplessness, lack of control, and irrational thoughts. These are all the things we can observe during this panel. So how can we identify these mental health problems, or when do we seek the advices? So especially when the patient is having excess anxiety, which is hampering his work performance or day-to-day activities. And second thing, when he is having extensive anxiety that causing the disturbance in sleep and interfering with the sleeping and concentration, and also worsening of the existed health problems, and excess taking of substances like alcohol, tobacco, and drugs because of this fear or for relaxation. For these problems, then you can seek the immediate help of the medical health care. So how to mind our mental health during this time is the first, don't be panic getting this infection or thinking the infectivity on your imagination. The first thing, you get the adequate information from the reliable sources, and always have the handful of information from the reliable resources only. So don't trust everything which is available in the social media or in printed media or anything. So because the bad things and the gossips are they spreads very easily rather than good information. So always have the information from the reliable sources only, like from government or from the published ICMR sites. So the coping strategies we can I will brief in detail. I will brief up the first thing, that keep up your healthy routines like exercise regularly. Physical exercise is the first thing. So I prefer I advise everyone to walk at least 2 to 3 kilometers in a safe place or neutral ground. And second thing, keep the regular sleep routines and also maintain healthy balanced diet. Avoid all the substances or all the bad habits like alcohol and smoking, and also maintain some relaxation techniques like deep breathing and deep information. Reinforce your habits and do something creative, whichever you like. And second thing, this is the very important thing, stay connected with others. So you always connect with your well-wishers or friends or your near and dear through the video chat or social platform or any other thing. Always think about the constructive side and discuss about the constructive positive side of your life. And so try to anticipate the distress. This COVID is causing the much of distress. So to anticipate this distress, always communicate with each other and support with each other and help each other. And as I said earlier, avoid all the tobacco, alcohol, other drugs, because these drugs that will provides the relaxation on only on short-term basis only, but they will cause the damage in long term, and that won't give the exact relaxation. In short term, they will give the sleep or relaxation, but in long term, that will cause the more anxiety problems in turn. So the exercise is the pivotal thing for this pandemic. So do always 3 to 4 kilometers of walking. So that is always better. And while interact with the when you are on walk, while interact with the other persons nearby, or by phone or when your close friends like you, which are COVID free or which are healthy. So that is always boost your moral support. And always take a break and do the puzzles, do the creative work, and always learn the new things by something. Now the online, now in the online, there's so many apps are present for the new learning like Udemy or LinkedIn learnings. So try to learn the new objects and new things and put some target and organize them, and take the new learning in a prospective side. So that will add up to your career. So in every field there is a new learning on the online site like Udemy or LinkedIn learning. So get the basics and fundamentals from the new learning and sharpen your knowledge, and take the adequate rest and maintain healthy diet. And so this is one more important thing: practice good hygiene. So so because they especially this infectivity, they mainly those people who doesn't maintain the good hygiene, that they are more prone for the infections. That's why, so the whatever the protocols prescribed by the concerning authorities like hand hygiene or social distancing or mask, these are all things that should be strictly maintained. Because if you maintain the practice good hygiene, that will provide some good evidence for your health. So you will always take the you can always able to take the evidence from that your experiences, then you will be free from the anxiety. So uh, and so learn the new learnings, and these learnings should be organized, and that should be implemented in your academic curriculum also. And whenever if you are strong enough, then you can help the other people also. That will give the immense self satisfaction, and you can also seek the help whenever you require. So, and one more thing, this uh, anxiety that is creating the paranoid ideas that everyone is corona positive, or if I get the positive infection, then what I can do. So the thing that to do with the this stress or anxiety, the first thing, you stop all the scrutinizing yourself, all the symptoms are in the online. Take all the evidence which are, suppose if the person is thinking that I might be possible to get the infection of COVID. So the thing is, the first thing, you have to take the evidence from your immediate surveillance. Suppose if the person is having a COVID positive patients in the neighboring or in the family, then there is a chance of getting the COVID infection high. Otherwise, there is no need or no chance of getting hurry or getting panicky. So the taking the way you take the evidence regarding the COVID infectivity, then that will provide some good support for yourself. So your mind begins to race through the possibilities and tries to figure out when there is a danger and what to do about it. So this challenge lies in managing the anxiety that comes with it. So always take the information from the reliable resources only. Avoid thinking too far into the future and try to stay positive. So one more thing: focus the things you can control. They are the That means just a general COVID protocol like the sanitizing your hands with a 60% alcohol, and frequent avoiding of touching your face and eyes and nose and mouth, and avoiding crowds and gathering of 10 or these are all things you know that. So always maintain a COVID general protocol like all these things like social distancing and wearing masks, is all these things. And so finally, I will tell that remember the good mental status is a very indication of good physical health. Okay, thank you. And finally, I conclude only thing. So always wear a mask and maintain some social distance, especially in the normal conversation. When the person is able to, I mean, if the person is a risk of sneezing or coughing, then you have to maintain the distance of 8 meters, because the coronavirus can spread in case of sneezing and coughing. Then it can able to spread up to 8 meters also. So if you both the persons the conversing each other, they wear the mask and they are maintaining social distance, there's no need of panicky, and there's a remote chances for getting the infection. And one more thing, always if you are the fear which is happening in the imagination, then always you get the evidence from the source of infection. If you are strong enough to get the evidence that I'm not able to there's no chances of getting infection, then it's always neither possible. So you always reliable, you always depend on the evidence which are made from your life experiences. Thank you. Hello.
Completed.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Veerabhadran garu, for a brief and key points in a nutshell, which you have given to our students. to be realistic and to be more stick on to the these protocols of COVID-19 preventive measures and relying on this reliable source of information and keep away from the bad habits and this all the things in an organized manner for development of mental health and balancing physical and mental health. Thank you very much for sparing your time with us and educating our students. Thank you, Dr. Garu. Now I request with my pleasure and honor Dr. A. Jyoti, Professor and Dean, Sri Padmavati Mahila Viswavidyalayam. I know since her academic life starting as a vast experienced nutritionist, dietitian, and a good exemplary academician. And she has served as a mentor for many students in the Padmavati Mahila University. And to her prestige, she ran many external funded projects which are asset to their university. So really we are very much fortunate to have Dr. A. Jyoti Madam with us to give guidelines to our student community and to ourselves also, to our faculty, how to manage our nutritional security, our complete diet in view of this challenge we are facing because of this COVID-19. So thank you very much, Madam, for accepting our invitation. And I welcome you with my honor and pleasure to address this body. Dr. Jyoti, Madam, please.
Thank you very much for inviting me to give a talk on nutritional enrichment for immunity boosting during COVID pandemic. Thanks a lot for inviting me for this webinar. And I'm really thankful to the Vice Chancellor Garu, deans, other faculty and student and NSS coordinators, NSS officers of YSR Horticulture University, Venkatramanagudam. So today's my topic is nutritional enrichment for immunity boosting during COVID-19. We all know that COVID-19 is more active than us since last 19 December. And now we are struggling with the COVID-19 and WHO is mentioned it is a global pandemic. And there are, the WHO itself has given so many measures to be taken to be away from this COVID-19 and we safeguard ourselves as well as our family, community and on whole the universe. So they have given some measures to be controlled. In that, there's crucially mentioned that hygiene standards has to be maintained. That is washing hands frequently, using an alcohol sanitizer, wearing mask over the nose, mouth, and avoid touching even the family members and others, etc., to safeguard our from the this pandemic COVID-19. And there are also some of the methods to improve the immunity. Immunity is the one we have to be keep ourselves away from this COVID-19. We know that COVID-19 is a virus and it has so many spikes, protein spikes, and it consists the RNA molecule inside by covering with the fat and protein and capsule. So we have so many immunity, improving immunity of our body through many ways. If we have immunity, automatically we can keep away this COVID-19, we cannot avoid the entry of the COVID into our body. Once it is entered into the body, it is very difficult to get rid of, and we have to take many measures. But before entering itself, we can have our body immunity can be improved, and we can fight against this. I think all of us know that what is an immunity. Immunity is in a system, biological system there in our body itself, and we have to improve it through many ways. And if you take a classification of it, we can say that innate and acquired immunity. Innate immunity is not, we cannot get now, but or whatever the innate immunity is there, that fight against it. But acquired immunity will help us to keep away this. So many other parameters are there to improve our immunity. Those are the improve the diet through immune boosting foods, and have a nice sleep with 8 hours of a sleep without any tensions, anxiety. Already our Vice Chancellor Madam Professor Dur Garu mentioned how we should be away from the anxiety and other things, and stay hydrated. That is, we have to take a sufficient amount of water, minimum of 8 to 10 glasses of water to keep ourselves hydrated. Then the virus may not be active in this, and de-stressful, and exercise is required. And we all know that due to the lockdown system, we are not able to move outside. At least household activities and minimum exercises or yoga, meditation, etc. will keep away from this pandemic, and also improves the immunity. So that's why we have to do exercise and expose to sunlight, because the vitamin D is the one which helps us to keep the immune system in active way. So the immunity is the one which can enhance through a diet. So adequate nutrition is vital for the health, for the immune system. And many of the nutrients, if we are deficient with it, and if we are not going to take an adequate amounts, this acquired immunity cannot be we cannot get the acquired immunity. Malnutrition is the one which is a culprit, which reduces our immunity. So foods which stimulates the many organs in the body and gives us the immunity. And allergic foods, especially which stimulates the allergic reactions, etc., they reduces the immunity also. So first and foremost thing, what we have to see is that sufficient amount of a protein. I think all of you know that the nutrients like carbohydrates, proteins, fats, vitamins, minerals are the one which are we take daily, we 2-3 times or many times also to improve our health and well-being. So in that the protein is the one which is most important thing, which gives us the antibodies, which produces our antibodies to fight against the organs, that is antigens or any infectious organs which enters into the body. So that's why we have to take a sufficient amount of proteins to develop our antibodies against this COVID-19. And deficiency of vitamins, minerals also diminishes the immune response of our body. So we have to take an adequate amounts of vitamins and minerals. And interaction between the nutrients may be there, that enhances the impairment of the immunity. Like when you are taking the nutrient, maybe physicians and many people says that you improve your even me also say that improve your mineral and vitamin content. So if you take all these things together, what happens, they will interact each other, and they may not make it available of one or two of such a. For example, I'll tell you, if you take iron and calcium tablets together, both will not be available for our bioavailability, and it won't give a sufficient functioning in our body, because they are interacting each other and they are not available. Maybe people think that we are taking all supplements, etc. So why we are still suffering with the thing? So don't take iron and calcium together anytime, any situations. Okay. Iron is the one which has to be taken during the acidic condition. So take iron only before meal, and calcium should be taken only after the meal. So these are the different situations we have to see, consider all those things and take. Okay. So whenever you are taking a iron rich foods, etc., we have to take the foods when we are in a hungry state, etc. So I think you all know that what is iron, what are these rich sources of iron. I think I need not mention all those things. So I can say few things that which are needed. Okay. And with this, I can say that optimal nutrition is very much needed to keep our body in a healthy status. Okay. Uh, Not only that, the immune system is influenced by the quality and quantity of the food. We know that why I am saying quality is maybe I may tell you that different nutrients what we are going should be taken, like maybe you are also know the vitamin A, vitamin C, iron, calcium, all these are rich sources, etc. But you are not quantity wise we can take, so, but quality is essential. Quality means when you are cooking the thing, its quality may be lost, and the availability of the nutrients for that purpose is not sufficient. For example, since most of you are students and all of you are so interested to have a fatty foods, junk foods, etc., I would like to mention you few things, like why we should not go for the junk foods and other things. I will give you few things, because it's maybe we are so late to our lunch and other things. So I'll tell you that people are more, especially the students, are more interested and to take the beverages like carbonated beverages, etc. Okay, the carbonated beverages, only they are empty calories. Mostly they are synthetic products only. It has consists of added colorants, added preservatives, etc. All these added colors, added preservatives, etc., will be having a effect over the our food, whatever food we take. Suppose we take a little bit of a healthy food also, that will be get affected with taking this. So that's why I mentioned you the quality of the food. And also your sometimes me also fond of taking all these fried foods like chips, fried items like kurkure, or otherwise fried manchurias, etc. During frying, whatever the nutrients present in it, like a vitamin A, vitamin E, vitamin C, etc., vitamin D, which are we all know that fat soluble, water soluble vitamins are. All these fat soluble vitamins will go into the fats. Okay. So during that time, whatever, if we take an excess quantities of the vitamins and other things, it goes into the oil itself, and we are not going to get the sufficient amount of. So quality of the food what we are taking is also so important. And repeated heating of all these oils will go as a what is that it becomes into a trans fatty acids, and it becomes into cholesterol, etc. So if we are addicted to this highly fatty foods, or repeated using of oils may hinders our health, because the high cholesterol intakes may reduces many of the nutrient absorption, as well as it leads to the obesity, fat accumulation, etc., etc. So that's why we have to take an optimal nutrition. So whatever we are taking, the intake should be balanced with the requirements, and whatever we take the intakes, it should be a quality of products. Okay. So the proteins, we as you know, that proteins, vitamins, minerals, which are essential, that has to be taken in an adequate amounts as per our structure, as per our activity, as per our age, etc. The nutrient requirement is mentioned by the ICMR. We have to take those adequate amounts to keep ourselves healthy. So when we are taking a food, the disease and socioeconomic state, behavior, emotional and cultural, everything will be influences the intake. And absorption also again will be depends upon the environment, disease, psychological status, mechanical problems, etc., etc. All these things will be, that is the interaction between the nutrients, vitamins, etc., etc. may be there. So whatever, even if you take in a sufficient quantity of food, because of all these mechanisms, the absorption will be get affected. And then requirements is as I mentioned you, that age and other things will influences the requirements. And the interaction with infectious diseases, fever, psychological status, etc., will also increases the requirement. For example, in COVID-19, people will get the cold, cough, as well as the fever are the clinical symptoms we observed, isn't it? So the infectious disease, the fever, once you have a fever, automatic the food requirement for the fever, that because the heat which we are emitting out of the body, heat loss through the fever, etc., requires much nutrient requirement. And as well as the cough, cold, etc., requires most, because the unrest will be there. Most of the body is in an unrest stage. It requires more of the nutrient requirement. So as usual, because of the disease condition, many people will feel gets the anorexia, that is lack of appetite. Moreover, we require a lot of a nutrient requirement, increased requirements for the proteins, etc., calories, etc. So all these things has to be supplied through our diet. Then only the intakes, and because with all other factors, we influence at least a minimum of the requirement will be get, and we can maintain our nutritional status in an optimal status, or we will be in a well-being. Okay, so that's why we have to be consider all these things and take a sufficient amount of nutrients to keep the immune system in a functional way. So the undernourished people will have a low immunity. So improve the nourishment state, malnourishment to the well-nourishment stage. And even people who are having a obesity also will be in a disadvantaged stage. So don't take any excess nutrients, or don't take any lesser nutrients also. Maintain the normal body weight, and to keep the immune system in a high active way. So people takes the, after getting a obesity, people takes to the weight reduction diets. So don't go for such a weight reduction diets, etc., etc. Those things also reduces the immune system. Okay, next slide please. Next slide. Okay, so there are many selected vitamins, trace minerals, etc., which influences by the immune system, and which helps in the immune function of the body, etc., or strengthens the thing, etc. And we know that virus is not in built up in our body; it is coming out of the body, and from the environment it is entering. There are many ways to enter our body. So that is the epithelial cells are there, that is skin and other things. So these epithelial barriers are there to safeguard us from the entry of the immune system. So for that we require a vitamin A, vitamin C, vitamin E, zinc, etc., etc., to keep our healthy epithelial tissue and keep these barriers to away from us from the entry of the um, uh, COVID-19. Okay. Next is the cellular immunity. Even for that cellular immunity, we require vitamin A, vitamin B6, B12, vitamin C, vitamin D, vitamin E, folic acid, iron, zinc, copper, etc., etc. And for the antibody production, along with the protein, we require vitamin A, vitamin B6, B12, vitamin D, vitamin E, folic acid, zinc, copper, selenium, etc., etc. So if you look into the thing, many repetitions are there, but all these nutrients are required to keep our immune system in a healthy ways, strength enough to fight against the immune bodies. Okay, so amongst all these things, you might have seen vitamin A, that is a carotenoids, which are retinol. Carotenoids are the other names given to the vitamin A. So the carotenoids already you people know, that's because you are a horticulture people, you know that all green leafy vegetables, yellow and red green leafy vegetables and fruits, vegetables, etc., consist these carotenoids. Okay, these carotenoids are the we can also call it as antioxidant, comes under antioxidant group. They are most essential to keep the immune system in a active way and fight against this COVID-19. Okay, so the foodstuffs which are mostly good sources for this vitamin A or carotenoids, I need not mention you that names of it. You already I told you that all green leafy vegetables, green foodstuffs, and yellow, orange fruits, vegetables, etc., are rich sources of the carotenoid. But for sake of the audience, I am mentioning the pumpkins, then carrots, peaches. Okay, then green leafy vegetable, all types of green leafy vegetables, papaya, and then mango, orange, all these are rich sources of carotenoids. Next, please. So carotenoids has to be, that means vitamin A rich foods has to be taken. Next, vitamin C rich foods. We all know that vitamin C is the one which gives us the resistance from the from the all these foreign organs enter into the thing. So it is also helpful for the cell integration, as well as it is helpful for the collagen formation and gives the resistance to the body. So we have to be taken vitamin C rich foods, and we know that the vitamin C is there in all citrus fruits, and any food which is sour in taste consists the right amount of a vitamin C which is required to our body. So even some of the recently coming new vegetables like broccoli and other things also rich sources of the vitamin C. Even you can take the broccoli, potatoes, sweet potatoes, etc., etc. Next, please. So the omega-3 fatty acids, which are which may fastest the healthy immune system. So take the omega-3 fatty acids, which are most abundantly available in many of the foods, like especially the fish, etc. Even flax seeds, soya beans, etc. So we can take the some of the beans which are rich in omega-3 fatty acids. Trans fatty acids, saturated fatty acids, etc., causes the or lessens the immune system or imbalances the immune system. Okay, and carbohydrates are the next, please. Carbohydrates are the one which are most abundantly available, and since we are rice eaters, we take a large amount of carbohydrates. They are rich sources of the energy what we require So energy is the one which requires to fight against any organs, as well as to keep our body healthy, active, etc., etc., and to to keep our brain in an active way and think positively and think all rightly, etc. We require a brain to work, and carbohydrate energy only is the source for the brain to work. So that's why we have to be taken sufficient quantities of the carbohydrates. Without carbohydrates, our brains won't work. So don't hesitate to take sufficient amount of carbohydrates. Don't say no to the carbohydrates, because the brain only works with the energy comes from the carbohydrates. So now don't never say no to the carbohydrates. And the high blood sugars are we know that it is causing a diabetes mellitus, and this diabetes mellitus and other disorders, metabolic disorders, reduces the immune system. So don't get the disease of the metabolic disease of the carbohydrate, that is diabetes mellitus. It is nowadays the diabetes is increasing day by day. It is becoming to 2% to 8%, 10%, 20%. If I ask you now the question, how many of you are diabetic or your family members are diabetic, I think mostly more than 50% of you people raises your hand, isn't it? So that means it is increasing day by day. The diabetes is only the thing, only a less percentage, 2% of the people are getting the insulin dependent diabetes, that is IDD, and mostly 80 to 90% of the people are suffering with the non-insulin dependent diabetes. It is not restricted to insulin dependent, non-insulin dependent. Nowadays it is many other diabetes mellitus are came, that is latent immune disorder of diabetes mellitus is there. It is called as a LADA. And also malnourished diabetes mellitus is there. Since to maintain the zero figure, etc., etc., people are more fond of reducing the intakes of the foods and going for the junk foods, only the fatty foods, etc., etc. Because of that, the body is sparing that nutrients from the body, like proteins, etc., is essential for maintaining the normal nutrition status. So pancreatic proteins may be utilized for that purpose, and pancreas is losing its capacity to produce sufficient amount of insulin. That is also causing an malnourished diabetes. So mostly nowadays many people are suffering with this malnourished diabetes. See, you are this young energetic people, don't go to that stage. Take a sufficient quantity of all nutrients in adequate quantities, and keep away. Or if, suppose if you have a family history also, you can delay the occurrence of this disease, diabetes mellitus. So take care about yourself and also educate the other people to away from this diabetes mellitus. Okay. Next is the one. Next slide, please. So as I told you that diabetes is the one which is mostly causing this disease, and also the obesity, which is also causing the CVD cases, etc., etc. The most important thing is to avoid all these complications like a diabetes mellitus or cardiovascular disorder, etc., etc. We have to go for the carbohydrate rich foods, but it's not a simple carbohydrate. We have to go for a complex carbohydrate. So that's why I mentioned you that millets are the very good sources for this fiber rich foods. So take that millets like a barley, jowar, wheat, then oats, etc., etc., are the rich sources of this high fiber foods. So go for that fiber foods instead of refined flours like a maida, or refined cereals like a rice, etc., etc. go for the brown rice or unmilled, unpolished rice, etc., are rich sources of the fiber. So during this pandemic, we can be get rid of all these conditions through this millet sources in it. And suppose people are having a gluten enteropathy, etc., we are unable to take the wheat, because even though wheat is a good source for the fiber, we can't take a this and other bajra, etc., millets, oats, etc. So use those millets to get rid of this conditions like a COVID-19, as well as cardiovascular disorders, as well as this diabetes mellitus. Okay, so better choose the carbohydrate rich foods. I told you, you have to take a carbohydrate and take the millets. Next, please. So already I mentioned you many times that protein is the one which requires enzymes for the digestion, absorption, etc., and even for the production of immunoglobulins, etc., and to fight for produce the antibodies and keep the immune system healthy, we have to take a proteins. So the rich sources of those proteins are, along with the red gram, green gram, black gram, etc., etc., soya, even nuts and oil seeds are also rich sources of the this protein. Along with the protein, they are also rich sources of vitamin E. So take the almonds, walnuts, cashew nuts, whichever is available, and don't go for that, and limit the consumption of it. If suppose if it permits, go for the almond, walnut, cashew nut. If economic status won't permit us, go for the cheapest sources of the proteins, and as well as the other nutrient rich sources like groundnuts, till seeds, flax seeds, etc., etc. They are rich sources. They are also rich sources. But along with this almond, walnuts, cashew nuts, we can also take those things, or otherwise economic status won't permit, go for only those groundnuts, till seeds, etc. They are very good, very best sources of the. They are cheapest sources of all these nutrients. Next, please. Please change the slides, please. Next. And next is the thing till now I mentioned the protein sources for the vegetarians, and even we can go for the non-vegetarians like meat, poultry, etc. They are rich sources of, especially the fish and meat, etc., is a source of omega-3 also. So go for this protein rich foods to give the body more immunity. And all these foods are rich sources of protein, as well as other nutrients like vitamin E and other things. So go for this, as well as I mentioned you this groundnuts, rajma beans, green gram, and all these things are also rich sources of the vegetarian. And meat and egg, poultry, all these are the fish, etc., are the non-vegetarian sources of protein. So take sufficient amount of proteins to get us the immune status, improve our immune status. Next, please. So now we have to go for these vegetables. I think as a youngsters, you may not be relishing these vegetables, but they are real sources of immune boostings. Like even the Irish people has mentioned that the turmeric is the one which improves the immune boosting. So turmeric has to be included, broccoli, sweet potatoes, spinach, like green leafy vegetables, carrots, vitamin A rich and vitamin E and other rich foods, and beans, pumpkin seeds, ginger, and tomatoes, red pepper are good sources of the all these vitamins and minerals which improves our immune boosting. Next, it can be taken as such in the form of a vegetables, or otherwise you can even make it into a juices, etc., and can be taken. And then the sweetest things, palatable are the foods are the fruits like oranges, kiwi fruit, blueberries, citrus fruits, any citrus fruit. Then pomegranate, pineapple, papaya, watermelon, banana, guava, all these are rich sources of all these vitamins, minerals which I mentioned earlier, along with the vitamin C. So we can take all these fruits in and the cheapest sources of this all these vitamins, minerals, etc. are the banana and guava, papaya. So take plenty of all these things. If season permits, the watermelon or mango, etc., can be seasonal fruits, are good sources of all these things. So whenever whichever season is there, so take available things during seasons. All these fruits, vegetables are cheaper, so take those things. Don't think that cheaper fruits are non-healthy foods. They are healthiest foods in the world. Next, please. Next, herbs. There are many herbs are there. These herbs are more helpful to give us the immunity. Especially, I mentioned already this ginger, turmeric, garlic. All these are the herbs which improves the immune system. Kindly change this slide, please. Change the slide, please. Spices like cinnamon, ginger, garlic, cloves, turmeric, pepper are the good sources of the all these vitamins, minerals. They also improves our immune system. So it can be added into our diets in any form, whichever way you want it to, or otherwise it can be taken as a decoction and to get rid of the condition. Okay, so there are studies saying that Asian diets has all these herbs, etc. So that's why they have studied on children, and they have seen that they are having a more immunity compared to the other people because of these. Next slide, please. Because of this. Southern Indian diet or Northern Indian diet, whatever the diet type of a diet, we use all these herbs into the to give a nice flavor, taste, etc. to our diets. So that's why we are naturally we are getting a immune boosting. Even then, during this pandemic situation, it is better to use all such things to improve our immunity through applying all these herbs into our day-to-day cooking process and improve the boosting. So it can be either it can be a Northern Indian or Southern Indian can use these spices in the preparation and can be get a healthy well-being. Next, please. Next slide, please. So I mentioned you one of the important thing we have to do is that hydrating our body to improve our immune system. So take a sufficient amount of water, either in case in the form of a plain water or fruit juices or buttermilk. Anything can be added in our diet. Minimum of 8 to 10 glasses should be taken. That improves our body and keeps our body in a hydrated state and keeps away from the COVID-19 and other infectious diseases. So please take care about it and drink sufficient amount of juices, etc., etc. And I mentioned you that coffee, tea, maybe people say that I am taking coffee, tea, etc., etc. Yeah, all this coffee, tea consists the caffeine, and that may interfere with the nutrients whatever you are going to take in a fresh form or in a supplementation, etc., etc. So better avoid coffee, tea, limit the intake of coffee, tea, and go for this fresh juices or buttermilk, water, or decoctions, herbal juice, etc., etc. Next, please. And then I think all of you know that aged people and the youngsters or small below than the 10 years of aged children, etc., should be keep separately, and we have to take care about all these things. Why it is a dropping of gastrointestinal tract capacities, they will be gets almost all these nutrients, even if they takes in adequate content, etc., because of their inability to digest, absorb, etc., they will be in a deficient state. So take care about all these people and give sufficient amount of nutrients by giving easily digestible forms and dense foods, etc., etc. I think you may wonder what is this densing. Okay, instead of taking only a plain water, if you add anything to that, it becomes a densing. Suppose you are adding taking milk, suggesting milk to the aged people and small children. So if you add some into that, some nuts powder is added to it, it becomes into a dense. That is improving its quality. By without improving its quantity is called as a densing. So addition of something, like instead of giving a plain chapati, add greens into it or make it into a paratha with the vegetables, etc., etc. People relishes the variety as well as the, with only one thing they can get many of the other nutrients also. Like a normal basic chapati, we get only the protein and other nutrients, but if you add vegetables, fruits into it, we get. For a simple example for that is, instead of you are taking only the curd rice, if you add fruits into it, it is a densing with the nutrients whichever comes through this fruits and other things. Nuts is added, protein will come, so that is densing. So for youngsters as well as for the old age geriatric people, please give the densed foods to get rid of the condition. So sleep is the one. Next, please. I told you that sleeping is very essential. Minimum of 8 hours sleep with a peaceful mind is so essential. Next slide, please. So these are the different foods which improves immune boosting, etc., etc. These are the things which are developed by our university. I am so grateful to announce you that we have developed many immune boosting foods, like using tulasi and tender mango leaves, etc. We have developed toffees, fryans, roti mix, etc., with the tulasi, and we have given a name to that product is a Spurti, that is the Padmavati University Rural Technology Products. Okay, that is Spurti. We have given the name to that thing, and we have used this eco-friendly paper packing for all these things, and we have seen all the measures and not to get rid of the nutrient losses and other things. So we have used tender mango leaves. That is a next slide, please. Tender mango leaves, tulasi based products we have prepared. Next slide, please. So tender mango leaves is red colored leaves. They are, you know that anthocyanins are more, and they are helpful for controlling the diabetes, and since they are rich of fiber, etc., they are also even helpful for the cardiac people. So not only the improving the immunity, it also improves the gives the maintains the all these helps to control the cardiovascular as well as the diabetes and other hypertensive conditions, etc. So better go for this products. We have developed many of using all these tender mango leaves. We have developed into for a smaller children toffees we prepared, herbal tea powders, etc., prepared, and by adding some of the herbs into it, we have developed. Next slide. So we also developed a lemon powder. We already seen that vitamin C is a good source of lemon is a good source of vitamin C, and it is essential for the its antioxidant capacity, and also improves the immunity, etc. So it is having an anti-aging property and anti-inflammatory, many other beneficial effects are there. So we have prepared a lemon powder, and then pineapple powder also we prepared. Next slide, please. And all these things are helpful for the inflammation and other thing. And dehydrated products like ginger garlic powder we used, we prepared. Next slide, please. Amla powder we prepared, and sapota powder. With the help of this sapota powder, we can make it into a ready or instant the milk powders that sapota milkshakes, etc. can be prepared. Next, please. Next slide. So virgin coconut oil, tomato powder, etc. prepared. Virgin coconut oil is the one we have tested on many conditions, especially with the help of your Dean Madam, Sujata Madam. In Amalapuram, we have conducted we used your resources and prepared virgin coconut oil that was tested amongst the diabetes, cardiovascular people, as well as the HIV/AIDS. And the myristic acid which is present in this and the lauric acid which is present is this virgin coconut oil breaks the virus cells in case of a HIV/AIDS. Even the same thing holds good here also in the thing. It encapsule will be opened. Once the encapsule is opened, automatically the RNA will comes out and it will be inactive. So virgin coconut oil can be used in case of this COVID-19 also. We have prepared tomato powder also, and it is rich of many nutrients, so it can be used in any dish. And that too, in case of this COVID situation, due to the lockdown, etc., we are unable to go out and buy as and when we require. So in such a cases, all these dehydrated products will help us to save us from the COVID-19. Next, please. So the moringa leaves, that is drumstick leaves powder, wheatgrass powder, all these also rich sources of all these vitamins, minerals. We have also tested on many other conditions also, like diabetes, CVD, that is cardiovascular disorders, etc. And they are also rich source of a fiber in it, and it improves the immunity. So it can be used in a COVID-19 situation. And people who are having a cancer, arthritis problems, neurogenetic problems also can be used this moringa leaves powder as well as the wheatgrass powder. Next, please. So I think you have seen many of the products what our university prepared, and we got the even FASI recognition for all these products, and we are selling it by using this eco-friendly packing, and by order we can give you all those things. So since they are immune boosting as well as it helps to overcome from the many of the metabolic conditions, etc., you can happily use that and get rid of the conditions, etc. So with this, I once again thank the organizers, especially the Vice Chancellor of Horticulture University and Dean Professor Sujata Garu, and other members of the Salomi Garu, Uma Garu, and other Sujata Garu, and registrars, other deans, etc., for giving me this opportunity to mention a few things which you can come out of the COVID-19 by improving your immune status. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much. If you have any doubts, you can clarify.
Madam, thank you very much. You have shown us the world of nutrients, which encircles horticulture crops and byproducts.
Yeah.
So, which enhances our immunity and strength to fight with our COVID-19 virus. So, very much thankful for total informative filled lecture of yours and colorful food products which you have shown. Madam, please be with us, bear us till the students' interaction. We will be sharing with you any doubts are there. So my appeal to all the invitees and invited speakers is we are running a little bit late because of we started late because of this large group of gathering with the students. So we will be finishing it very shortly. Now I will request very quickly Dr. Ramesh Reddy Garu, who is well known among the NSS communities. And I know before assuming the state NSS officer charge, I know him very well as a very active NSS initiator and dynamic activities he did through the Vikram Simhapuri University, Nellore, and he received many awards also. Today, we very happy, sir, to have with you on this dais. Sir, please share your ideas.
Madam, is it audible, madam?
Yes,
madam,
sir.
it is audible, madam?
You are audible.
Yeah.
So now I
Respected Vice
invite
Chancellor.
Dr. Ramesh Reddy Garu. Please, sir.
Yeah, respected Vice Chancellor of Dr. YSR Horticulture University, Professor T. Janaki Ram Garu. Another Vice Chancellor of Sri Padmavati Mahila Vishwavidyalayam, Professor D. Jamuna Madam Garu. NSS Program Coordinator, Dr. A. Sujata Garu. Dr. A. Jyoti Garu, Professor and Dean, Padmavati Mahila Vishwavidyalayam. And Dr. V. Veerabhadran Garu, Civil Assistant Surgeon in the Special Medical and Health Department, Government of Telangana, and Deans of Dr. YSR Horticulture University, and Associated Deans, Program Officers, and Volunteers. A very good evening to all. Today, I am very happy to participate in the webinar. I am the last speaker. It's a very challenging task for me and also for listeners. Anyhow, I will give some important aspects of role and responsibility of NSS volunteers. So NSS, National Services Scheme, started in the year 1969 with 100% central government sponsored scheme. So the popularly known as NSS. So this scheme is started in the 1969 September 24th in the occasion of 100th birth anniversary of Mahatma Gandhi. They started 37 universities with 40,000 volunteers. Now the NSS is extended entire country in higher education and technical education also. Throughout the India, we have 446 universities and more than 62 lakhs volunteers are enrolled in the NSS. So NSS is the largest youth enrolled in the entire country. The symbol and badge is same as one are the same. The symbol and badge will brought from Konark Sun Temple situated at Odisha. So there are two colors, navy blue and red color. Navy blue indicates the welfare of mankind, and red color is encouraging the volunteer full of blood. So this is the two colors indicated in the NSS badges. The aim and objectives of the NSS is, the motto of NSS is not me but you. So if we are rendering service to the society, without expecting anything from the society. So the objective of this, the main objectives of NSS is to understand the community in which they work, to understand themselves in the relations to their community, to identify the needs of the problems in the community and to involve them to solve the problems, develop among themselves sense of social and civil responsibilities, to utilize their knowledge in funding practical solutions to individual and community problems, to develop competence required for group living and sharing of responsibilities, the gain skills and mobilizing community participation, to acquire leadership qualities and democratic attitude, to develop the capability or capacity to meet the emerging and natural disasters and practice in national integration and social harmony. So if you can join as NSS volunteer in our college, you are the lucky enough because God is given the opportunity to serve the society. So no one can accept to serve the society without the umbrella or without what we call as a platform. So NSS is the main platform to do the service for the society. What are the activities conducted by the NSS? The number one is National Integration Camp, Sramadanam, Blood Donation Camp, Immunization, Plantation, Disaster Management, and Adventure Programs. Then administrative structure of the NSS is college level, university level, state level, regional director level, and finally the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India. So Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India is 100% sponsored the amount for NSS units to conduct the regular activities as well as the special camping activities. The regional director is, the role is to maintain the liaison between the state government and universities and TOC and effective implementation of NSS programs in the state. Then state level and state NSS officer, the role is to coordinate the programs and to extend the support to Government of India and getting financial assistance from the Government of India and that amount to be sent to or distributed to the universities. The universities are distributed amount to colleges or units. Then there are so many trust areas or important areas to be organized under the banner of NSS. So the first one is the child marriage, gender issues, fitness programs like yoga, sports, adventure programs, and third one is HIV, AIDS, and adolescent health issues, water literacy, national integration and social harmony, employment and livelihood, disaster management, and environment enrichment. So these are the important trust areas in NSS. Then coming to this, what is the role of NSS volunteer? You are the NSS volunteer. What is the activities we can organize at the college level or the university level or in the state level or in the national level? So there are two types of activities we are organized at college level. One is regular activity. Those who are joined in the NSS volunteer to try to complete 120 hours in regular activities, whereas in special camping activities, 7 days we are organized several activities identified by the particular adopted village or slums. So voluntarily may be involved or voluntary may be conducted so many activities. Some of the important activities are cleaning, afforestation, sample plantation, stage show or position for creating awareness of such issues as a social problems, education and cleanliness, awareness rallies, inviting doctors from health camps. So there are many number of programs we can organize. So there is no pre-assigned tasks. So whatever problems we identified, that problems we can provide the awareness to the community, so that the community can be helped for through this NSS. Then, so the NSS volunteer not for giving service to the society, they are also gain some skills. They are also dedicated to make for homogeneity ideology, and NSS volunteers take care of blood donation, child education, health awareness, issues to many other activities. Finally, it makes to a good human being. Only I'm proudly saying that you are the NSS volunteer, you become a good human being in your life in future. Reason is you can your role is a very significant to be a part of NSS. The NSS volunteer must be actively participated in all NSS activities. The volunteer to coordinate between the program officer and the students in the college. They help in the advisory committee to the college for proper execution of the NSS activities. The NSS volunteer performing the role of mediator between the education system and the community, which is help for nation building. So they are developing their qualities, leadership qualities, skills to be incorporated in the organization and administrator to attain the multi-faced development of their personality in the whole life. Then what is says in NSS manual? In NSS manual, so there are so many activities they explained. First one is orientation of students in national problems. So if you can, the student is joining the NSS, the program officer or the program coordinator to orient the students. What is NSS? Then what is the philosophy of NSS? What are the activities you are organized in NSS? Then what are the motive of NSS? Then what is the badge of NSS? Then what are the activities that are conducted in the NSS? What are the facilities we can provide by the NSS? What is the help of the NSS? This all will be orientation in the starting of the joining itself as a NSS volunteer. So they can definitely motivate them. They participated in the NSS activities actively, and they will give for better results in future. So orientation will give the 20 hours per year. Study of the philosophy of NSS will give the 10 hours per year. Basic concepts and components of NSS will give the 10 hours per year. And remaining one, National Services Scheme volunteers, special camping programs, fundamental rights, directive principles of state policy, awareness programs, consumer awareness, highlights of customer acts, functional literacy, and non-formal education and rural health, environmental enrichment and conservation, health, family welfare and nutrition. So this all covered by 18 hours. Total 120 hours we separated. We divided 120 hours in 3 different phases. One is orientation, and second one is basic aspects, and third one is other awareness programs in the NSS. Then, what is the role of NSS volunteer in COVID-19? The COVID-19 we called as coronavirus. This coronavirus brought from human country, human state in China in December 2009. The symptoms of the COVID-19 is fever, cough, and breathing problem, and there are so many symptoms we can identify by the WHO. So if we can identify the symptoms, then you can identify the symptoms. After that, as an NSS volunteer, we go them to their respected houses and we can educate them. So don't worry about that. If you have the symptoms, we can go for the test. We can contact to nearest hospital for testing of the COVID. If the person go to the hospital, after testing this person, the person will get positive. Then as an NSS volunteer, we provide awareness to the persons. Don't worry about that. This is not the dangerous virus. There is no 99 possibility is there for survivability. Only 1% is there for death. So we can give some precautions. Whatever precautions you want to take at the time of COVID-19. The first precaution is share correct information, fact of information about the COVID-19. Promote key behavior to be participated by their peers and extended community members to prevent and spread of the virus. That is hand hygienic, respiratory hygienic, social distance, stay at home, etc. We provide for awareness how to hand with hygienic, how many times we can wash, when we can wash these hands, what is the need to maintain the social distance, why you are staying at home. This all will be provide to awareness as a NSS volunteer. Then third one is to minimize the panic and promote the responsibility behavior. The main responsibility of the NSS volunteer is to minimize the panic and to promote your responsibilities in future and support the local authorities in preparedness for containments in case of any positive cases or contact cases or report or refer suspect cases in the community. Promote service available for human and children's. Then, what are the communication provided by the NSS volunteer? State the facts we already discussed, avoid the fear, promote safety steps that people can take, describe the impact on the society, articulate the importance of social distance. So there are so many things we got discussed, how we can communicate, what are the medias we can use for providing all information to the society. The first one is we can use the social media. Social media means, for example, we can use WhatsApp, or we can use Facebook, or we can use some other media to spread the information, fax the information about the COVID. And second one is display the IEC materials. So the NTR, the YSR Horticulture University, today they launched for posters. Whatever posters we are prepared, the posters are pasted in rush areas. For example, the posters are pasted in banks, in front of the banks. The posters are pasted in panchayati areas. The posters are pasted in crowd places. And third one is we can distribute the leaflets or handouts. So we can prepare the handouts. That handouts may be distributed to the needy peoples. What are the main activities organized by the NSS volunteers at the time of COVID-19? First one is food distribution for migrant peoples, street beggars, orphans, old age home peoples, and etc. So the NSS volunteers, they can prepare their food, or they will ask them to prepare their elders to food, and whatever food prepared, that food may be packed, that packing food may be distributed to the needy peoples. Then second one is preparation of masks. So some of the NSS volunteers prepare their masks voluntarily and without taking money, that mask will be distributed to the society. Then third one is maintain the social distance among the peoples. So this is very important one to avoid the COVID-19. We know that prevention is better than the cure. So unless we are getting vaccine or tablets to minimize to eradicate the COVID-19, to maintain the social distance among the peoples. This is the most important one to minimize the COVID cases. Then fourth one is NSS volunteers act as a training of trainers. So there are so many programs we are organized in support of Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, and in support of UNICEF, and in support of NIRD. There are so many webinars we organized. With these webinars, the NSS volunteers learn so many things. Whatever learn things about the COVID-19, that information may be shared with some other society, or as well as we call as an other peoples. Then they will called as a training of trainers. The NSS volunteers are supported to the police for announcement. So whenever we need support of NSS, we are ready to provide this volunteers for announcement, or maintain the social distance, or to educate the hygienic food for COVID-19 infected persons. So when this COVID is infected, don't worry about this, about the COVID-19. If you can take the all precautions, so no need to go to the hospitals. If you can take the all precautions, better to stay with 1 week in your home, so that the virus will be total will be destroyed in our body. Then, so what we can learn from the COVID. So there are 6 concepts we can learn from the COVID. The first one is role of the COVID volunteer. This session talks about the role of the COVID if the person having the COVID symptoms as a volunteer will go to the person, we'll ask them, so don't worry about that. So there are 99% of people are survived. Don't worry about that. You can take some precautions. So based on these precautions only, we can avoid this COVID-19 virus. Then second one is information to the community. So this is very important one. So whatever information we are given to the society or community, so the community may be followed. For example, hand washing and cough hygienic, social distance, and etc. So if you can maintain the social distance or hygienic food, or you can take hand washing and cough hygiene, some precautions we take. We cannot go to the hospitals for eliminating of the COVID-19. And third one is community surveillance. Then as a volunteer, then we can express them and contact to the affected people and support to the people always positively, and so that then we can provide some information. Stigma and discrimination is the fourth one, and supportive public health surveillance community and personal safety. So these are all the precautions you want to take at the time of COVID-19. Then, so there are so many online webinars or workshops or conference
నెట్వర్క్ పోయింది నెట్వర్క్
అమ్మా మనదా సార్ దగ్గరేనా ప్రాబ్లం?
సార్ దగ్గర పోయింది మేడం, నెట్వర్క్ ప్రాబ్లం వచ్చింది.
ఒకసారి కాంటాక్ట్ చేసి చూడు అవర్ ఫోన్.
ఓకే మేడం.
We'll wait for few more minutes.
Okay.
ఈలోపు ఇంకా స్లైడ్స్ ఉంటే ప్రొజెక్ట్ చేస్తా ఉండు. సార్ వచ్చినప్పుడు మళ్ళీ ఇది పెట్టొచ్చు.
లాస్ట్ లో మేడం, లాస్ట్ 1 or 2 స్లైడ్స్ ఉన్నాయి.
ఓకే ఓకే.
అడ్మిట్
వచ్చారు అడ్మిట్ చేయండి.
చేశాను మేడం.
ఒక్కసారి కాల్ చేయమ్మా.
చేశారు మేడం.
ఓకే.
చేశారు మేడం. 1 minute అన్నారు సార్.
ఓకే.
కనెక్ట్ అవుతుంది. సార్ ప్లీజ్ కంటిన్యూ
గారు
సార్.
కాంటాక్ట్ చేశారా ఆయన్ని?
చేశాను సార్. ఈజ్ కనెక్టింగ్.
ఓకే ఓకే.
సమ్ నెట్వర్క్ ప్రాబ్లమ్.
సార్ హలో. అలాగే సార్. సెల్లో ఏమన్నా చెప్తారు సార్?
కనెక్ట్ అయింది. కనపడుతుంది.
అలాగే సార్. మరి మీరు ఈ లోపు జాయిన్ అవుతారా? సార్ అదే సార్. లేదా సెల్లో ఉన్న జాయిన్ అవ్వండి. సార్ ఓకే. మేము కంటిన్యూ చేస్తాం. మేడం
చెప్పమ్మా.
కంటిన్యూ చేయమన్నారు మేడం. సార్ కనెక్ట్ అవ్వట్లేదండి.
ఓకే.
అంటే స్లైడ్స్ కంప్లీట్ చేసేసి
స్లైడ్స్ ప్రొజెక్ట్ చేసేయండి అమ్మా. Allow for few seconds for reading the students. So all the students and faculty might be knowing we have many NSS awards for recognized services, for exemplary services at the state level, national level, and at our university level also. So please be informed, students and program officers, and be act accordingly for these NSS awards. Next, Amma, Sujata.
This is last slide, madam.
Okay. Anyhow, we are very much thankful to Dr. Ramesh Reddy Garu for his actual ground level practical tips he has given to the students, how to intervene with their e-resources in this challenging COVID-19 period. So we as a whole of our university very much thankful to him for facilitating us with good budgetary support and moral and other administrative support. Thank you very much to Dr. Ramesh Reddy Garu. Finally, we are very near to closing the seminar. The final and important session is interaction with the students. So they have to come up with their feedback with this seminar, as well as their experiences during this lockdown period, being away from their friends, away from their faculty, away there from many other ecosystem habitat things in the college campus. So really we are missing, as our Honorable Vice Chancellor told in the beginning, we are missing the lively atmosphere of the campus with the absence of the students, but we are very longing to see all of them physically. We wish they will be coming to the campus very shortly. Actually, our intention is with these speakers, our guest speakers have given very nice presentations and detailed informative presentations. So at the end of this, I wish to quote, for the sake of students, a very inspiring and important words spoken by our Swami Vivekananda ji. That is, when you give people a share of responsibility in sharing their roles, sharing their lives, you increase their self-confidence, without which they are nothing. When they have faith in themselves, they are prepared to take on even the most difficult problems and solve them. With this inspirational words of Swami Vivekananda ji and our NSS slogan, not me, but you. So we are advising our students, we have given at our level best, what minimum or what best we can do in this lockdown period. So please, my dear students, please note of the things, all the things which were presented to you, and please be confident, please be strengthy, please be healthy, and do your possible service through e-resources and be a pride of our university. Thank you very much. Now I invite our dear students one by one to interact, whatever doubts or whatever experiences they want to share on this dais. And if anything is left regarding interaction, they can send messages to this dais or to the program officers. These proceedings will be well documented and well answered by the experts or by the faculties, by the feedback, based on the feedback. So now I invite students, please be react.
Students, please respond. Students,
Yes, madam.
please interact now.
Okay.
Introduce first yourself with your name and college.
Yes, madam. Good afternoon, honorable dignitaries, professors, and all the members who are active in the webinar. Myself, G. Varun Rahul, pursuing BSc Hons Horticulture, first year in College of Horticulture, VRGudem. So, honorable dignitaries shared their views about COVID awareness through this webinar and how it impact on the society, what measures to be taken, how to defend it, and what are the drastic changes occurred from lockdown until unlock occurs, how it impact on society, change in the system, and what measures to be taken, how is our mindset respond to this situation and how to overcome it. Recently, really it's awesome, ma'am. Next, coming to the NSS, it is a public service scheme sponsored by the Indian government. It develops a scene of social and civic responsibility. Part of being a person is to help others. So as most of the times we heard this word, I mean, prevention is better than cure. Strictly this is applicable in this today's scenario. In order to face this specific pandemic condition, like by following COVID-19 precautions like wearing mask, using sanitizer, avoiding close contact by following social distances. Okay, have a proper diet, which includes fruits, vegetables, and leafy vegetables, which boosts our immune system. Okay, like which is rich in vitamins and antioxidants, which can shield us our body from foreign infections. So even by doing physical exercises, yoga, and fitness, okay, which improves our health regularly. Follow COVID-19 guidelines like protocols and consume food which boost immune system and have boiled water. So rather than consuming vitamin tablets, have some fruits and vegetables. It is primary responsibility of every citizen to follow each and every guidelines of COVID-19 and let other to follow it as a responsible citizen and as an NSS volunteer. Okay, at least donate some daily needs or some food who are in helpless condition. It again proves that not only in good but also we stand together in the bad condition. So keep your mind and heart in control. Be strong. Never lose your hope. Stay home. Stay safe. Thank you, ma'am.
So what is your response to this webinar? So you advised the precautionary things. It's very nice. How do you feel about this program?
Actually,
How-
ma'am, I understood what I mean. I know what to follow during this COVID. I mean, what precautions to be taken during this. So, in order to that, some of our delegates said that in order to maintain this, we have to maintain our physical health, mental health, not to lose our hope. Okay, most of them are following this, I think.
So very nice of you, Varun. It is in the name of Varun. You said your name, Rahul.
Yes,
Excellent.
madam. Thank you, ma'am.
Any other students?
Next one, please.
Manoj Kumar, please unmute.
Unmute Manoj.
Hello.
Yes,
Audible,
you are
madam?
audible. Audible. Proceed.
Good afternoon to all the dignitaries who are in this webinar and all the participants. This is K. Manoj Kumar, pursuing my BSc Horticulture, graduation from College of Horticulture, Venkatramanagudam. Currently, I am studying second year. Firstly, I want to say thanks for being a part in this webinar. I want to express my feelings regarding NSS. Usually, everyone's life is very busy.
COVID-19. Regarding COVID-19 also, you can express.
Okay, ma'am. As everyone is in busy schedules, no one can bother about others' lives. But being NSS volunteers, we are also looking forward for everyone's welfare. As our NSS program officers during this lockdown also, they are motivating us to extend our help to other people by motivating them through various videos and posters. And during yoga day, they told us to uh, explain the importance of yoga and physical health. And in my view, NSS is one of the best platform to extend our help to other people, because once on the day we help to other people, the day makes us happy and we can go to bed with a satisfaction. Not only NSS brings us happy, it also develops personality developments and soft skills in us. As in my personal experience, we can develop leadership qualities and how to handle the situations, mental strength, physical fitness also. Previously, I'm a NCC candidate. While joining into this college, I felt regret that in this college there is no NCC. After coming to NSS, I felt very happy that than NCC we can do a lot in this NSS, because directly we can interact with people and we can solve their problems, and we can help make them happy. As all the dignitaries said, the how to fight this pandemic in more practical way. I'm very thankful for providing us this information and a clear cut view how to we have to maintain mental strength and physical strength, so that as a NSS volunteers we can motivate and say to people how to uh, how to uh, sorry how to overcome this pandemic situation. Thank you.
So very nice, Manoj. your wish will be fulfilled very shortly by opening NCC with the intervention of our Honorable Vice Chancellor, because we have been trying to get that. So we have few constraints from that side, not from our side.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
we will try to get it very shortly.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next student, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are audible very nicely.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm V. Tulya Madhuri, pursuing second year BSc Horns Horticulture, VR Gudem, College of Horticulture, VR Gudem. And I'm feeling very glad to be a part of this NSS webinar being conducted by our university. Today, I want you to know about various activities we have done in our campus as a part of NSS under the surveillance of a college staff and AD madam and ASA madam. We have participated in Swachh Bharat and made our campus clean and green. We all know that 2019 sports meet has conducted in our college of horticulture VR Gudem. NSS volunteers have actively participated and made the event successful by providing all the facilities to the participants and all others as well. And we have also conducted the blood donation camps, which had held successfully. On 21st July 2019, our university third convocation had held, and volunteers have helped and had done their duties very well in the convocation. And friends, I just want you to know about the basic qualities of an NSS volunteer. Those are, we should have the fearless approach to everyone, because we should always have that in your mind, that we should help someone who needs our help, and we should have infinite patience while we are talking to others, and we should have the capability of thinking creatively, and we should be eager to take the initiative always, and staying humble at our work. And cooperation is the most important thing while we are doing the teamwork, and these are the main important things while we are doing a duty of complete NSS volunteer. And coming to today's webinar, thank you so much all the dignitaries. It's a great webinar. You have all given us wonderful information about present day problem, COVID-19 pandemic situation. And VC sir, your appreciation really boosts us to keep us more active and enthusiastic to do our duty as an NSS volunteer. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
So very nice, Tulya.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next student, please. So other students, keep your messages in chat box also, whoever wants to share if time becomes short. Salome?
Madam.
Shall we go for next program, or we wish to wait for a few minutes for the students who are there on the line and active?
Madam, actually, most of the students, they gave their remarks or whatever opinion in the YouTube chat box, madam.
Okay, you please document it.
Yeah, we are documenting, madam.
Okay. So
most of them, they opined that they gave were of the opinion that this webinar is very useful to the student community, and almost 90% of the students, they gave their opinion in the chat box of YouTube live, madam.
Yeah, it's a good chance again to see their loving faculty, teachers, especially our Honorable Vice Chancellor Garu.
Yes.
It's really a good platform, I too feel. Okay, shall we move for the next program?
Yes, madam.
Before inviting our Honorable Vice Chancellor for his remarks, and university officers who are on the platform, so I would like to request our program officer to unfurl with the hands of our Honorable Vice Chancellor, few of the paintings which
Yes.
are drawn by our NSS volunteer students.
Yes, ma'am.
Please put it on slide and sir will declare.
Okay, ma'am.
Sir.
I'm really happy to release the paintings done by our students, and it's for the audience to view these beautiful paintings. Yeah, show the paintings. Oh, excellent. Manohar is here today. Is participating, Manohar. Congratulations.
Yes, sir. He is participating, sir, but he is watching in YouTube live, sir.
Congratulations, Manohar. Well done. Excellent.
We to join with our VC sir. Next, please. This is by
no name here. Don't let
Salome పేరు లేదమ్మా దీనికి ఎవరు who has drawn?
Good, nice.
Manohar only, madam. Manohar.
Okay, all are from Manohar only.
No, madam.
This one also.
This is by Manohar.
Manohar is with all talent. Eh?
Yes, sir.
Rest are done by
Students are so creative.
Oh, very nice.
With inbuilt talents.
Very innovative and very talented. Very nice. I think Sujata garu,
sir,
we should honor him with a certificate of appreciation.
Yes, sir. Sure. I already advised our program officers, whoever drawn these paintings, they should be awarded
Yes.
in our regular timings.
Yeah.
Whenever they come back, we will be honoring them, sir.
Yeah, definitely. Sure.
Thank you, sir, for your in this suggestion also.
We should do it.
This one, Sai Amruta.
Sai Amruta. Yeah. P. Sai Amruta. Congratulations. Again, excellent message. He is
Elia Penki.
Elia Penki. Again, nice drawing.
Symbol of lockdown, sir.
Yeah, very nice. T. Nagajyoti, congratulations. Very nice. Global coronavirus warning. Nagajyoti, P. Nagajyoti. Yeah, we have a lot of talent.
Yes, sir. Our PowerPoints, sir. Students.
Excellent. Who is he? I think no name.
He gave only ID numbers.
Okay, okay.
ID number.
Sir, we will make them to go into our college magazine, sir.
Definitely. And let us have a collage of this drawing poster.
Yes, sir. Okay, sir.
We can keep in our college. We can make a collage of these, paintings and
sure, sir.
Display. Excellent. They have done a good job.
The concerned associate dean and program officers.
Yeah.
Please note of it, Amma. and act accordingly. They should find a place in our campus, especially in the college.
This is very good comparison, before and after. Oh, excellent. Sri Lanka. Good. Yeah, very, very happy to see this drawing. Okay, all the warriors, COVID warriors, she has drawn. Vanilla, B vanilla. Very nice. Elia Pinky, another drawing.
Yes, sir.
Before lockdown, after lockdown. Very nice. Good. Again, Chandra, something I am not see.
Not visible clearly.
Not visible clearly. Very nice. Sweshika. Excellent. Violet. Very nice. A very special name, Violet.
Good.
Nagajyoti. Good. Nagajyoti. K. Lakshman. K. Lakshman. Congrats. Nagajyoti. T. Nagajyoti. Okay.
They wrote some slogans and the related matter to their paintings. These are the slogans and the related matters.
Corona pa yuddham, mask mana ayudham.
Very
That
nice.
is quote, sir.
Very nice.
Lockdown పాటించండి, మన ఐక్యతను చాటండి.
See, the other day I was talking to our PT master.
Sir.
So we have a long fencing of our sports ground.
Yes, sir.
So throughout I was telling him this yoga, different yoga should be depicted, having the flexi or, that kind of charts. So one side, these paintings can be kept.
Okay, sir. So on flexis.
Yes.
Oh, sure, sir.
That will be good.
Yes, sir. Emma.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Program.
Okay,
Yes,
madam. Okay, okay, madam.
Yes.
Okay. Good suggestion, sir.
Very nice. Very nice.
Sir, our NSS volunteers are very good, sir. But only thing is, we encourage them. They will expose their talent.
Yes, yes, sir.
This is
Ramesh
Dr.
Reddy garu,
Ramesh
sir.
Reddy,
Ramesh
State
Reddy.
NSS officer, sir.
Who is?
This is Dr. K. Ramesh Reddy, State NSS officer, sir.
Oh, Ramesh
Just now he has given lecture.
Sorry,
yeah.
because I thought you were because some
Yeah,
problem.
for recognition of the volunteer service, we are giving so many awards, state awards, national awards, university level awards, district level awards, college level awards.
Oh.
And we are encouraging them this type of volunteers, sir.
That's really good, sir.
Yeah.
And wonderful lecture of yours.
Yeah, some disturbance is there in what we call as an charging.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Sir, thank you.
I think excellent job was done by our students. And once again, we congratulate them. And definitely all their efforts will be displayed. So time to time, we can enjoy them whenever we are walking in the campus. Thank you very much.
Prior to invite our Honorable Vice Chancellor for his remarks. So Padma, I am seeing you on the screen. Your remarks. Padmavatama.
Yeah, this is really, the webinar is a very informative webinar, and it has given very good information about by different active speakers regarding this corona prevention and how to take care of this, and how to manage in this situation for the students and for the entire community. This is really very useful information. This has given very good information for each and everyone. I really thank all the guest speakers and also our university Vice Chancellor sir and DSM madam for the organizing the very nice webinar on this in this particular situation. Thank you very much.
Madam, small submission, madam.
If our I take information. Video.
Madam.
Please, Sujata. Sujata, cheppu.
Madam, one more student want to express her views. If you permit, then she want to talk.
Sujata.
Madam, am I audible, madam?
Yeah, you are audible.
Sir, one more student want to express her views, sir.
Let us speak. Let us speak.
Thank you, sir. Krishna Priya. Krishna Priya.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you can talk now.
Ma'am, am I audible, ma'am?
Audible, ma'am. Yeah, you can talk, Krishna Priya.
Okay, ma'am. A very good afternoon to all the dignitaries present here. I'm very happy, and it is an energetic movement that all our teachers have been so compassionate in talking to us and making it a wonderful webinar. I would like to tell that in this COVID situation, it would be better if we practice more on the mental ability, where the mental health of many people have been so disturbed. We should value those who are working for us, the soldiers and the policemen, regardless of the families and all the how do we give that we have been seeing so many cases like the suicides have been considered when they've been committing it, when one person in the family is dying, all others are dying. So for this, the elders or the teachers have to mentor the students and their children in a little way where they can be more strong in the facing the combat, facing this COVID situation. And little spirituality can also be helping them in facing anything directly. In this regards, I would like to be a member of NSS volunteers, but apart from being in the sports category, I could not get the chance of doing it well, because when the sports was happening, the NSS volunteers were there and they have been working simultaneously. It used to happen. I will be very glad if I get the chance to be one of the NSS members. It's a very good webinar and very valuable. I thank all of you for giving this opportunity to me. And apart from this, if I'm allowed to say anything about education-wise or academics, I would request that in our library, there are a sufficient number of books, but apart from those books which are related only to horticulture, if there's a good amount of book for competitive exams and all, it would be more benefiting for the students who can really show. The young blood is definitely good in showing growth in different multi-dimensional aspect. The growth can be expected from the students. That's why if there are more number of books in other ways through the competitive exams also in the library, and it would be another good help. This is my request. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Unmute, madam. Sujata garu.
Sir.
So very nice of you, Krishna Priya. You will definitely get chance to serve wherever you want, wherever you have interest. And I think our library already has got competitive books. Still, the students wants, we can provide and we can get it through our university library. Don't worry about the books. We are here to facilitate you, provide you the things, inputs.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes. Sir, if you permit us for 1 or 2 minutes, so small video is there, which is also prepared by the students. So with an intention not to discourage them after waiting such a long time. So
Not discourage, we should have it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Amma, Salome. Salome. Are we Sujata?
Madam,
చెప్పు వస్తుందా? నేను రాయలేను కదా. నేను
Some problem, technical problem.
Madam, uploading is taking some time, madam. Because it is video, uploading is.
For a vote of thanks, if it opens, we can have. Meanwhile, we can have SAR's remarks and any other university officer is there in the meeting? Dr. D.V. Swami, Director of Extension, or Director of International and Industrial Programs. ADs, anybody per minute or 2 minutes? Any AD? Okay, anyhow, nobody is there. Now I invite our Honorable Vice Chancellor Garu for a few suggestions or remarks to regarding this webinar for further improvement in future.
Thank you very much. You all must be waiting to boost your stomachs. So I'll not make you waiting further, but just very few, my remarks. I would like to extend my compliments, congratulations to Dr. Sujata Madam and all his team for organizing this very outstanding webinar on a very important topic, which is the need of the hour. And I think we can take a lot of message from this webinar. And also all the speakers, they have given us a very good information about the psychological problems and how to face, then how to boost our immunity, then also maintaining the sound health during this COVID period, and also talking about the importance of the health education. And also we had again refreshing knowledge about the NSS, and also many products that can be used by us during this period also were presented. And it was really, for me, very interesting to know, particularly the product which Madam was mentioning about the use of tender leaves of mango. I think this is very interesting, and I was feeling we have so many varieties of mango, and definitely it will be a researchable issue for us to evaluate different varieties of mango for this nutritional quality also, I think, if it is not done. So that's a very interesting thing. And also tomato powder. Even we hear many times these tomatoes are thrown on the roads and they are wasted. If we, our even volunteers make this kind of activities available to the needy people, even the farmers, I think that will be a good, exercise for us. Apart from this, I think very useful information we had today. And one of the student is asking for NCC. I think, Madam, whatever efforts are to be taken for establishing this NCC unit in our university, let us take this immediately. Let us initiate this, because
sir, I will provide you the what are the communication done.
I was also in NCC during my BSc AG, and I participated in the Republic Day celebrations during 1982 and 83. That has reminded me.
Great.
And
Great,
from Vanandra RMV regiment. So it's a really gives a lot of confidence. So I think that's a good suggestion came out of this webinar. And again, I congratulate all the students who have done the beautiful and very powerful messages they have given through these paintings. I congratulate them. And also, I came to know that we have a lot of talent among our students. And I really appreciate and I feel very proud for those students. And I also thank Mr. Varun, Manoj, Tulya, and Krishna Priya for their comments. And I think Krishna Priya has given
half an hour
about the mental
mail
health.
gaani WhatsApp
So
gaani
I think
that's
Dr.
and still it is closing.
Dr. Sujata Garu, I think to improve the mental health during this period, I think let us conduct some quiz programs, online quiz program where our students will participate, covering, particularly our subject, so that this will also help them to refresh their subject.
Sure, sir. తప్పకుండా చేస్తాం, sir.
And also she requested for competitive exam, books to be available. If they are deficient, definitely we will make them available. And
Sir, I will look into, sir.
Yeah, we are also going to start a competitive exam cell. That is, I don't know whether it is there or not, making them prepare for this JRF, SRF exams and some of our related competitive exams. That also.
A small submission, sir.
And those who have asked these, express their views, and also the students who have done the paintings from my side, after they come to the college, please collect some of the horticulture publications. I would like to present them. So with this few remarks, I really enjoyed this today's proceedings, and already we have almost 3:30. Really, we never felt that this time we have taken, and I think such kind of webinars are needed during this period especially. And once again, I compliment Dr. Sujata Garu and all his her Dr. Uma Jyoti, Dr. Salomi, Dr. Harshvardhan, all his her team for organizing this excellent webinar. So once again, I thank one and all. Thank you very much.
Sir, thank you very much, sir. So we are sorry on the other way because our manది చాలా పెద్ద కుటుంబం, sir. Composite kutumbam. That's why this much time has been taken. So by feeling regrets for that, so I invite Dr. Salomi to propose formal vote of thanks. In addition to this, I have a small request to other associate deans and program officers. The next webinar would be on the sound mental health only. And please take care of other partners of NSS program officers from other colleges, Jaiprada or Chinnaladrapi or Parvatipuram. And before that, conducting webinar on sound mental health, you please do conduct these quizzes also, which are suggested by our Honorable Vice Chancellor Garu, and even students need also keep in that in our minds. So definitely we will come to these shortfalls. Sir, really, on the whole body, we are so much of happy, and thank you very much, sir, Vice Chancellor Garu, for being with us, and your constant that instigation only made us to this level. Very much thank you, sir. Now, Salomi, please.
Yes, madam, thank you. Respected dignitaries gracing the webinar, associate deans of the colleges, principals of the polytechnic colleges, eminent speakers, senior faculty members, colleagues, and dear students, a very good afternoon to one and all. On behalf of the NSS program coordinator, Sujata Madam, Dr. YSRHU, and the associate dean and NSS unit, College of Horticulture, Venkataramanagudam, I present before you with a deep sense of gratitude to propose a formal vote of thanks. First of all, I would like to thank Lord God Almighty for keeping us all safe and our students healthy and safe, making this day possible to organize this webinar even in the midst of this COVID pandemic situations. With indebted gratitude, it's my privilege to extend our heartfelt thanks to Dr. T. Janakiram sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. YSR Horticultural University. Sir, your gracious presence added a charm to the gathering, and we all and our students are inspired by your valuable words, thoughts, and benevolent presence, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for accepting our invitation even in spite of your busy schedules and sharing your valuable time with us. Your presence today is a special blessing and great source of motivation to our students and us, sir. I am sure that all our students are overwhelmed and thankful to see you for the first time, and they will take all your advices, and they are focusing about the horticultural produce, which are immune boosting sources. Sir. Thank you once again, sir, for your delivering keynote address, the words of wisdom, inauguration of e-pamphlet, inauguration of the charts, videos, and all your valuable time with us, with all your contribution with us, sir. We are fortunate and grateful for the gracious presence of Dr. Professor Jamuna Madam, Vice Chancellor, Sri Padmavati Mahila Viswavidyalayam, Tirupati. Really, the presence of you, Madam, is a great source of and challenging to all of us to be good counselors at this pandemic. And you told us how to be a model counselor, and you prepared ourselves to get into the shoes of the panic person and to be an active listener and to go forward with words of empathy. Thank you very much, Madam, for sharing your time in spite of your busy schedules and sharing your university helpline with our university. We express our deep sense of gratitude to Dr. A. Sujata Madam, Dean of Student Affairs and NSS Program Coordinator, Dr. YSRHU, the author and the motivation behind this webinar. Madam always has a vision to serve the society and always encouraging the NSS wing to be active to the extent possible. And you are the spirit of inspiration and meticulous guidance behind, Madam. Thank you very much. And I also, Madam, and I also would like to extend our thanks to the DSS section office. And we are thankful for the valuable presence and address of our honorable and Dean of Horticulture and Dean PG Studies, Dr. YSRHU, Dr. M. Lakshmi Narayan Reddy Garu, for being with us, sharing your greetings with all our participants. Thank you, sir. And we are sincerely thankful to Dr. B. Srinivasul Garu, Director of Extension, for sparing the Zoom facility and YouTube live streaming for this webinar, sir. Thank you very much, sir. And thanks to the coordinator, KVK, Dr. Karunasri Madam, and the whole KVK team and the office staff. And our due respect and thanks to all our beloved university officers, Dr. K. Gopal sir, Registrar, and Dr. A.S. Padmavatama Madam, Controller of Examination, Dr. R.V.S.K. Reddy sir, Director of Research, Dr. Dilip Babu sir, Director of Industrial and International Programs, and Estate Officer, Dr. D. Swami sir, University Librarian, and Sri Kala Madam, to be the guests of honor for this program. We are thankful to Dr. Y. Veerabhadram sir, Civil Assistant Surgeon Specialist, Mental and Health Department, Government of Telangana, for your valuable address on balancing physical and mental health from your experience and expertise. My heartfelt thanks to Dr. A. Jyoti Garu, Professor and Dean, Sri Padmavati Mahila Viswavidyalayam, Tirupati, who really proved as an eminent expert on diet therapy, diet counseling, dietetics, and dealt so vastly on the importance of diverse diet on immune boosting to fight against the COVID-19 pandemic. And she also advised us to what to take and what not to take with complete justification. And hope it would be a great useful session to all the participants to take immune boosting diet. Our sincere thanks and due respect to Dr. K. Ramesh Reddy Garu, State NSS Officer, AP Secretariat, Department of Higher Education, Velagapudi. Sir, really, as an NSS volunteer, how a student to be, your interaction is very useful to be a good human being, and your suggestions for this COVID-19 pandemic are very valuable, sir. I take this opportunity to thank to thank sincerely our college associate dean, Dr. K. Umajyoti Madam, who really fought with COVID-19 and stood firm as an inspiration. You're an inspiration to all of us, Madam, and you joined the duties. We are so happy for your presence today, Madam. We are much delighted with your presence today, and we thank you, Madam, for all your support and motivation for making this made possible. We would be failing in our duty if we do not express our thanks to all the associate deans of the colleges, principals of the polytechnic colleges, NSS program officers who attended the program. And the most important, the majority, the beauty of the webinar, the charm, the student community. Your enthusiasm to attend the webinar is matchless. Today, the program starts, the schedule at 11 a.m. But by 10:30, all the students made the Zoom completely filled. thank you all the volunteers who are working at home during this lockdown period and preparing video play and singing NSS theme song and celebrating Yoga Day, Independence Day from home and drawing meaningful and skillful charts, writing slogans. Your creativity is matchless and hope you're much benefited by attending this webinar. And we are wishing for the time that comes soon that we all meet together. And I congratulate Varun, Manoj, Krishnapriya, and all the NSS volunteers who directly or indirectly participated. And in this webinar, around 350 members participated in this webinar. We are grateful to non-teaching staff who rendered their support for making this successful. An event like this would not happen overnight. The wheels start rolling weeks ago, and it requires a lot of planning and implementation. And we are fortunate to have a leading NSS team who we all work together for making this function like a webinar possible to this extent. Thank you one and all, and we apologize sincerely for the delay, and we thank you like our Vice Chancellor sir from the bottom of our hearts, and we thank DSA Madam, Associate Dean Madam, and all the dignitaries, university officers once again. Thank you one and all. Thank you so much.
Dr. Saravani,
Sir.
Madam, uploaded video prepared by the students. If it is uploaded, then because they have taken so much.
Sir, we should do it in the university website, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Because it is running late of time, we will search for 1 minute, sir. If it happens, we will. Thank you.
Everyone might aware of COVID-19 is creating a havoc across the globe. Coming to India, it is very critical situation coming next 2 months because it took
Okay, thank you one and all very much. And looking forward, my dear students, to look you again for the next webinar. Amma video avutunda?
Madam, because of high MB and all, it is not.
Okay, okay.
Sir, we will definitely upload in the website, sir. Thank you. Thank you for your gracious presence throughout, sir. Thank you
so much. And
Sir, we are moving away. Thank you, sir. Congratulations to the NSS team and Associate Dean.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations, madam.
Thank you, Amma.
Thank you.
So I am looking forward for your webinar.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, be planned and let me know. Jyotirmayi also.
Yes, madam. We will do it. Our volunteers are very much eager to do it, madam.
Sure. Huh? So plan once in a month.
Yes, madam.
Or at fortnightly.
Okay.
Okay. అందరికి అభినందనలు అభివాదములు.
చాలా హ్యాపీగా ఉంది మేడం ఎన్ఎస్ఎస్ నుంచి.
నాకైతే ఓవర్ జాయ్ అమ్మా. పిల్లలు ఎట్లా ఉంటారో ఇంకా ఊహించుకోండి. Really, we could come up to some extent to the వాళ్ళకి